Good evening, everyone, on a slightly stormy Wednesday. I'd like to welcome you to the Poulsbo City Council meeting of April 15th, 2026. Poulsbo is committed to being a welcoming, diverse, and equitable community where all people can access tools and opportunities to improve their quality of life, allowing them to reach their full potential. During its meeting, this Poulsbo City Council will use this lens to inclusively view its discussions and actions. And I will turn to my left and call on Councilwoman Briff Livedall to do the land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Poulsbo is located on the ancestral lands of the indigenous Squamish people, for whom this place was known as Tuktuklats, or the land of the vine maples. In 1854, Chief Siacht said, "Every part of this soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event in days long vanished."
Thank you, Britt. And now I invite those of you who can to stand with me and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. The first item is agenda review, and I want to set a mark for us tonight. We have a number of slightly injured and veteran staff that would like to get home as early as possible. Of course, we can't force that matter, but we can watch our brevity tonight when appropriate. And in that regard, I'll call your attention to a memo you received yesterday from council that I recirculated on streamlining how we can move forward in a consistent manner with our approach to passing motions and resolutions. And that is to ask first staff to speak to an agenda item, then asking, are there any questions for staff? I will then ask for a motion, and then is the time for the council to speak for or against the motion. The portion that's directed at staff will be to clarify the business on the table. And then after the council is satisfied, call for the question and the roll call vote from left to right. And we will try that procedure consistently and see if that can help streamline. I'll add one more item. Normally we do a roll call by name from left to right on all of our action. Occasionally, and we do it already with adjournment, I might call for a voice vote on something very streamlined. Again, in the interest of moving things forward, that would be a simple yay, nay, or abstain response. On that note, then, I have the agenda before you, and there has been no change in the agenda. So I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
I have a motion and a second, and starting to my left, we'll do a roll call vote.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Newell, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Crowell, aye.
And good to have you all here, a full council. The next item on the agenda will be for public comment. And oral comments can be made in person. We received written comments, which will be copied at the dais, and we do have those attending remotely, but remote attendance does not allow for public comment. That is a policy of the council implemented a number of years ago. Please come to the podium, state your name, your place of residence. You'll have up to 3 minutes, and the council's desirous of hearing from you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Curtis Vincent. I am representing the Sons of Norway tonight from the Poulsbo Lodge. I am the president of the Sons, and I would like to just issue a thank you to an honoree that you're going to be honoring a little bit later on, Mr. Cecil Peterson. Mr. Peterson, as we know, celebrated his 103rd birthday on April 13th of this year. He is a military veteran from World War II and a true American hero. Served his country real well. He was awarded a Bronze Star with a presidential commendation from General President Dwight D. Eisenhower, and a Purple Heart, and along with many numerous awards. But my reason for acknowledging Mr. Peterson is that he was one of the major construction workers that put together the beautiful building we have down in downtown Poulsbo, the Sons of Norway. And I would like to issue that thank you to Mr. Peterson and wish him the best of luck. So thank you.
Thank you, President Curtis Vincent. Again, calling for public comment, please come forward to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. State your name, place of residence, and thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Aaron Wenholz. I live in downtown Poulsbo for 14 years. We have a downtown business for about that time. Own a commercial property. We're very involved with downtown. I had sent an email, but I wanted to read it out loud publicly. Poulsbo City Council, Rob Gelder, Ed Stern, as a 14-year small business owner in historic downtown Poulsbo, a commercial property owner for 7 years and a resident of historic downtown for all that time, I've had the opportunity to watch downtown grow, struggle, and change. I strongly oppose paid parking downtown Poulsbo. Our retail store is Longship Marine. Our customer base is far and wide. However, our core customers, the people that keep us in business through the difficult seasonal times, are locals. It's as simple as this. Paid parking will drive our local customer base away from downtown. Small businesses in a downtown setting is a very difficult business proposal to begin with. Poulsbo would not be Poulsbo without your small businesses down here. Sure, tourists won't have a significant problem with paid parking. Locals will, and they do. I say it again, local Kitsap residents are our core customer base for downtown Poulsbo. In addition, many of our customers are of the older school non-app user demographic. Roughly 70% of our business comes from locals. Want to increase parking turnover in downtown Poulsbo? The byproduct of this poor decision will only increase turnover of small businesses. What we need you, Poulsbo City Council, to do: listen to your constituents. These are the people plugged into the daily reality of downtown. This year has already provided economic changes and financial difficulties for retail establishments. Support small business. These are the entities that make Poulsbo desirable. Allow downtown business to grow. City revenues will increase. Kill small business with your paid parking. Watch your revenues decrease. Thanks for taking the time to hear us.
Thank you for sharing. The council hears you. Calling for public comment again. And I'll give that a moment. Calling for public comment, and to state for the record, there'll be a second opportunity for public comment at the very end of the meeting after the workshop when we assemble down below. Again, a last time calling for public comment. And not seeing any, I will close public comment. We're going to move on to, per the agenda, the mayor's reports and council comments, starting to my far left, Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, welcome everyone. Thanks for speaking tonight, those that did. I'll just add, we've had a lot of recognitions and observances for the month of April, and I just want to add a reminder that April is also officially the month of the military child. So.
Thank you. Councilman Tabor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to our citizens who showed up tonight. I had other topics prepared, but I'm just going to go on one since we're trying to get through tonight in one piece. I look forward to working on paid parking later. And before, to those people who might not wait till that portion of the meeting, I want to put out my 3 key points that I'm supporting parking, but because of these reasons. One is affordability. To me, this is an affordability issue. We're spreading a cost burden that's between $500,000 to $750,000 from our residents of 13,000 to over 200 times that amount of actual users. So we're spreading a cost burden down from $50 to $60 per resident to $2 to $6 per user. And I think that's huge. Our city limits is tiny, and we need to find a way to raise money from the people who come and visit our wonderful town. And the second one is minimal paid parking from our overall available parking. I was really happy to see that we reduced even further the footprint of paid parking to only the waterfront parking lot. These are the premium front row parking spots that we've talked a lot about, and everything else is remaining free. And I think that was a fantastic shift. And then third is it's a smart plan. I think we're starting small and simple and measuring impacts and then determining how things go, and we can phase and adapt and change from there, which I think the council's always done and is responsible for. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Tabor. Good evening, Councilman Newell.
Yeah, two items tonight. One, just following up on the conversation that came before in public comment with regards to how we recognize the 4th of July here in the city of Poulsbo. Some of you may have seen, but if you haven't, we are adding a concert to the summer concert series, and we're going to kick off the summer concert series on the 4th of July, notionally in the afternoon, and make it a celebration of kind of a hometown picnic, but with that. And so just adding a concert and working it from that direction. In the future, we may have something that's more grand, but this time I think this is appropriate for who we are as a city and where we're going. Second item I have does relate to how do we access downtown, and bear with me, I know what you're asking for, Ed, but I got a few words tonight gained from all the time I've said nothing. As our citizens' representatives, we're all elected here to listen and understand and support their goals and ideas. We're here to enable them to enjoy and participate in the vibrancy of our city. As Doug the Younger mentioned, later we're going to be considering our parking management framework. In any solution we implement, our local community's access to downtown should be our priority, while maintaining the viability of local businesses that make us so special. And the question we need to answer then is, what's the best way to improve access to downtown? We started this journey by people saying, hey, it's hard to get downtown. So does this, whatever we're working on, make it easier to get downtown? Does it enable more people to enjoy our city? We absolutely know demand is seasonal. With a sunny summer day, we see at least 3 times as many visitors as we do on a rainy weekday in the winter. Our solution should align to this reality. I will be proposing an amendment that addresses some of the concerns of the community. May not meet everybody else's goals up here, but just to outline that. And I want to point out 2 things. One, in our comprehensive plan, we have a long section on economic development. There are a lot of goals in our economic development section. And in the preface to that, one of the basic things is that our city will provide a positive economic climate, supportive for business retention and expansion through the efficient delivery of government services and a cost-effective tax, fee, and regulatory structure. And I think as we apply that lens, it's not just a user fee to be able to access downtown, but it goes through all the other ways that we generate revenue to enable our city to function. Did have a chance to relook at the Walker study. I think some of us have read this thing more times than we care to. There is a vision statement in it, and I just want to read the vision statement. And like I said, I want to stay aligned to both of our economic development goals and the vision statement. The vision statement says, we see parking as a way to help people live, work, and have fun in Poulsbo. We envision a parking system that facilitates and supports Poulsbo's cultural, economic, and social strength. I look forward to continuing the conversation shortly, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Newell. Good evening, Councilwoman Lindahl. Thank you for reading the land acknowledgement.
Sure. Thank you for those who commented as usual. I'm going to withhold any further comment at this time. Thank you.
And to my right, Councilman Michael Fitzpatrick.
I'll follow Doug's example. I have a few comments that I've prepared for everyone. I first want to say good evening. I'm grateful to be here with the community and with the council. Tonight, we're going to vote on a resolution for paid parking in our downtown. This particular resolution is a product of 2 consecutive 1 hour and 40-minute conversations to craft a program that balances community concerns with future needs for maintaining and improving the downtown as Poulsbo grows. I'm proud of the work that my colleagues have accomplished. Every person up here has been sensitive to the public feedback that we've received, and we all care deeply about this community and want the best for it, not just today, but for years to come. At our previous business agenda meeting, I said from the dais that I would support a reasonable, moderate paid parking program for the downtown. A reasonable, moderate program is one that incorporates at least some of the forms of grace that you, the community, have asked us to include if we implement a paid parking program. I am optimistic that the resolution before the council tonight is a reasonable, moderate paid parking program, and as such, I intend to keep my word and support it. There is much in this resolution that I have advocated for, and I'm grateful to staff and council that we were able to converge on some key ideas. Following Councillor Tabor's comments, one in particular was the need for a seasonal flat rate price. I'm grateful that our paid parking program will have a high season price and a low season price to provide cost relief when downtown visits wane. That said, I am aware that a majority of our community does not presently support implementation of a paid parking program. There are things that the public has asked for if we do implement a paid parking program that are not in the resolution tonight. There are things that I have advocated for to this council that are not in the resolution tonight. I want to explain why I still support this resolution and why I hope you, our community, will give it a chance. The most helpful approach I have learned from my colleagues for thinking about our parking program comes from my colleague Britt Livedall. She suggests that we think about grace built into a parking program in a holistic manner, where grace is made up of a lot of different components. These components can be swapped in and out to create different combinations of grace. To explain this, let's start with a paid parking program that basically has no grace built into it, which thankfully we are not considering tonight and which I would not support. Such a program would implement a citywide paid parking program in every parking stall the city owns 7 days a week, say from the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That is not what we are doing. Our program scales back some of those requirements to build in different forms of grace. Here are some of the principal forms of grace present in tonight's resolution. First and foremost, as Doug Tabor said, paid parking in this resolution is confined to Anderson Parkway. That means premium spaces on Front Street, Jensen, and King Olaf will all remain unpaid and time enforced. That's a form of grace retaining unpaid premium parking stalls. Another form of grace is slightly further out from Anderson Parkway, where we have unpaid parking stalls that are also not time enforced. That allows people to come on a first come, first served basis to park for free without a time limit in stalls located on Sunset and nearby streets. A third form of grace in our program is having 1 day of no paid parking anywhere. Paid parking will only operate 6 days a week. If we position that grace day on our lowest traffic day of the week, it can help boost downtown traffic over time. A fourth form of grace in our program is one that the city administrator recently helped me to appreciate. As I said, we could have paid parking from 8 to 8. Instead, we are doing it from 10 to 6. Every day there are default grace hours in the morning and in the evening that could be charged but are not. That allows people to swing by the downtown in the morning or evening without having to pay. We could construct grace differently than what is presented in this resolution, and I hope some of my colleagues will advocate for other options. These components of grace are not super impactful by themselves, But when we put them together as part of a holistic package, what we have is a paid parking program that tries to accommodate the concerns and needs of the community. That's what I've advocated for, and I'm grateful to the staff and the council for developing a gracious program. However much some of us might prefer a different combination of grace, we should recognize that this resolution is a combination of grace, one that we can change and adjust in the future to try other forms of grace. City policies should reflect the common ground of the council, not our individual preferences. I try to avoid having policy positions that are lines in the sand I will not cross, so that I remain open to compromise. I ask my colleagues to be similarly willing to set aside their individual preferences if a different combination of paid parking grace enables us to find common ground, whether tonight or at a future conversation on parking. The last thing I want to say is I'm supportive of this program because I have full confidence in the people who are administering it, which thankfully are not us. I appreciated that moment at the Supreme Court when the court was considering an internet case and Justice Elena Kagan joked that the justices are not exactly the 9 greatest experts on the internet. In the same way, the 7 of us on council are not exactly the 7 greatest experts on parking management. It's our city staff that I have confidence in. Our mayor, our city administrator, our planning team, our engineering team, and our police are just the people to tailor city programs to the needs of the community. Even if the parking program in the resolution tonight is not the most optimal, that's okay because it can grow and change over time. This is what the city administrator calls adaptive management. This is where you all as the community come in. As we roll out this program, please provide the city feedback so that Rob and Heather and Chief can make incremental adjustments based on what is working and what is not. No parking program we pass tonight is carved in stone from atop Mount Sinai. Tonight's parking program is a starting point, not an ending point. It gets a program up and running so that we can improve it over time. As we make mistakes, we'll learn from them and improve the product, and we cannot do that without your help and feedback. At the November 2024 council meeting that discussed parking with the Walker consultant, our city engineer Josh Rains summarized our approach perfectly. He said, and I quote, "If we move forward with a paid parking system, this is a living plan. It's not like we implement paid parking and we walk away. It's something that we monitor as we go forward and we adjust the paid parking rules and regulations or add to it. As we bring in revenue, we start to look at ways to reinvest that revenue into the parking and the downtown." End quote. I will continue to be honest about the impact of our parking policies, the bad and also the good. I hope you, the community, will be equally honest with us. Let us know how this program is not working well, but please also acknowledge when it does, when it benefits our customers, employees, entrepreneurs, residents, and visitors. In conclusion, I am optimistic about this resolution because it contains features that I have requested, because it is the fruit of good and earnest dialogue, and above all, because it will be implemented by an outstanding team of city professionals who I trust to administer paid parking in the best interests of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilman McVeigh.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening to our citizens. Thanks to those of you who approached council with your comments tonight. Just a few, I'm going to try to not repeat what my previous colleagues have said, but a couple of follow-up thoughts. We are not approving a paid parking program tonight. Let me repeat that. We are not approving a paid parking program tonight. We are considering a hybrid parking program that includes 60% of our 600 spaces to be free and will remain free. 40% of those approximately 600 spaces will be paid spaces down in the Anderson Parkway lot, which is the waterfront lot near Waterfront Park and behind a number of businesses. And it will be limited only to that lot. So that's the first thing. again, more than 360 spots will remain free. Yes, we will continue to implement and enforce the parking limits. And as a reminder, there were quite a few of local business owners that encouraged us to enforce parking limits because of how long employees, boaters, and others were parking, particularly in the Anderson Parkway lot. In fact, a study done by the Historic Downtown Poulsbo Business Association approximately 3 years ago, one of their chief recommendations was for the city to enforce its timed parking limits, which it had not done in about 15 to 16 years. Okay. I think to Michael's point, we've all moved in one direction or another throughout. This has been a 3+ year conversation we've had. And this is about the 4th or 5th parking study and downtown parking conversation the city has had over the last 20+ years. We've given it very careful consideration. Some of the things that have changed in the last month, in case people haven't been following it closely, are the fact that we are now taking a seasonal approach to what is a seasonal problem. We'll be charging $3 an hour if the resolution is approved, okay? We would be charging $3 an hour in the high season months, half the year. We'd be charging $1 an hour in the off season. And that is really, I think, for me at least, and I think my colleagues, a recognition of the importance of the local customers, particularly in the off season, and be able to come downtown and make it easy. I actually had lobbied for free parking during the off-season months everywhere in the city, but I was persuaded to support the $1 an hour in the off-season because it really makes parking for events of longer than 3 or 4 hours much easier to implement. And that was one of the surprising things we heard from the parking open houses that we've been hosting a couple times a month for the last year, something like that, right? Feels like it. I think all of us were surprised to the number of people who came in to talk to city council and our staff asking if they could please pay to park for more than 2 or 3 hours in our downtown. They wanted to spend more time. They didn't want to have to worry about going back and moving their vehicle or cutting their visit short. They were asking us for some sort of an option for paid parking so they could stay downtown longer. So I think the $1 an hour in the off season really helps us with that. And the 1-day grace period was also a recognition that we want to promote locals continuing to come to their downtown to support our local businesses. I believe that 1 day of grace period, that 1 day for free, will probably fall on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, but that's to be discussed further. And I think there's all kinds of economic development we can do around that 1 day of grace period citywide to encourage people to come downtown on what has been traditionally a slow day. So, and then finally, this is about the future. I keep coming back to that. Downtown parking has been a problem for years. This council is finally attempting to do something meaningful about it and make some improvements. The population projections for the next 20 years in Poulsbo, we're supposed to be planning for an additional 5,400 people. We're supposed to be planning for an additional 4,000 jobs. We're supposed to be planning for an additional 2,000 to 3,000 new housing units. If you add that onto the already particularly seasonal stress that we have with our downtown parking, we would be delinquent if we did not address the growth projections and plan for the future. And that really is one of our primary responsibilities. We do sometimes don't have the luxury of focusing on the next quarter or the next annual budgetary issues. We have to look decades into the future, and I think that's what we've done, and I look forward to future discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience, Councilwoman Pam Crow.
Sometimes it just pays to be last. Okay, I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you for sharing your comments and also the recognition piece and celebration of what sounds like a valued community member. We're not all going to agree here on the dais or out in the community on how best to move forward with parking. We know there's a challenge. We know there's a solution. And only thing I can say is, I'm not opposed to it, while at the same time I have some, conflict. So this is really great to continue to hear voice, also hear the perspective of my peers. And, we have to move forward and figure out something. And on that note, I agree. We want feedback on whatever is determined. I'm a little surprised that I am up here and I'm wavering. So we'll see when it all is said and done. And I look forward to presentation and some hearty discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Not to disappoint anyone, but I'm going to refrain from any parking comments, at least at this time, and move on to a joyous subject without passing judgment that parking perhaps isn't a joyous subject too. But this one I know is, and it's what the president of the Sons of Norway referred to from the podium in public comments, and that was a proclamation declaring April 13th, last Monday, Cecil V. Peterson Day. The city clerk or Maurice will be queuing up a video that was taken by our, surprised by the family. I want to thank Councilman Michael Fitzpatrick, working with Judy and the others at the senior organization that coordinated a surprise visit at Cecil's home at noon. He had no idea. Additionally, I had a pre-scheduled appointment with State Representative Greg Nance of the 23rd District of the state legislature. At the end of that visit, I shirt collared him and said, "You're coming with Councilman Fitzpatrick and I to celebrate something very special." And you know what? He did come along. When we got to the house, we found out relatives from Norway had just arrived that morning after a 26-hour flight and were still awake to celebrate their family member. So let's roll this. It'll speak for itself, and it's just a joyous event. And I thank the family and Isabel for making this copy available, assuming it works. Of the city of Poulsbo, from the mayor's office, representing the city council, and I'm going to read it to you. Okay. Proclamation. Whereas Cecil Peterson is an esteemed and treasured member of the city of Poulsbo for more than a century, who will celebrate his 103rd birthday on April 13th, 2026. And whereas Cecil graduated from Poulsbo High School, 1942, promptly enlisted in the Army to serve in the European theater of World War II. And whereas Cecil is a Bronze Star recipient with presidential commendation from General Eisenhower, Purple Heart, numerous other medals while fighting for freedom, serving as a U.S. Army aviation cadet in the U.S. Army's infantry's most famous 100th Division, 397th Infantry, 3rd Battalion Headquarters, Anti-Tank Platoon. Whereas Cecil landed in Marseille, France, and fought across France from October 1944 through May 1945, and was in Germany when Germany surrendered. His final field assignment was as a part of the occupation forces of Germany in Stuttgart. And whereas Cecil's service to our nation continued with his work at the Bremerton shipyard and around the world, as his specialty was the fitting of new submarines and refitting of submarines in places like Rota, Spain, and Manila, Philippines. And whereas Cecil was the fourth of 5 generations of Peterson men to retire from the shipyard, and he has always been active in his beloved Poulsbo. For example, he transferred his shipyard expertise to the construction of the new Sons of Norway building. And whereas Cecil's Norwegian heritage keeps him strong and engaged, serving with humility and honor as one of the Grand Marshals in the Poulsbo Veterans Day Parade for the past 2 years. And whereas Cecil will be the only World War II veteran among 80 veterans to embark on the May 2026 Puget Sound Honor Flight to our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And whereas the community expresses thanks to Mr. Peterson for his selfless service and contribution to our beloved nation and the city of Poulsbo, now therefore I, Edward Stern, Mayor, and the City Council of the City of Poulsbo, Washington, hereby offer their admiration, congratulations, and very best wishes to Cecil V. Peterson on his 103rd birthday, and do hereby proclaim April 13th, 2026, Cecil V. Peterson Day in City of Poulsbo. Dated, signed, sealed, and delivered.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We are
You know, one
honored.
thing you don't know, I served on the city's Board of Adjustment.
You
We
did.
didn't have that in here.
You know what? We'll take it back and squeeze it in. Then I have to read it all over again and you'd be bored by then. Let us get a picture if we could come around. So let's join in a round of applause for Cecil V. Peterson. I'll distribute a copy of the proclamation to my colleagues. And I thank the city clerk's office for a press release that went out today. And again, to thank Councilman Fitzpatrick for helping stage that surprise, and 23rd District Legislative Representative Greg Nance for joining us. So something really to celebrate, something unique. A couple other brief comments. You all received from me a memo. I've had a reach out from the Poulsbo Fire Department, and we might want to consider we don't have a council policy. We have a soft policy of the seasonal speed bumps downtown. And there's a request for the council to consider removing those. There's some variations of consideration and where those speed bumps might be deployed, but I would ask that that be put on a future agenda, but I want to call that out to you all equally at the same time. A request from Poulsbo Fire, not only a question of ingress and egress, and any disruption thereof, but as importantly, damage that's happening to million-dollar apparatus because of the sharpness of those bumps. Moving on very quickly.
Mayor, question?
Yes, Rick.
I seem to recall the reason those were put in had to do with the streeteries, which I think we're supposed to discuss at some point anyway, so maybe we wrap those together.
I'm open to any suggestion the council might have. Talked to Councilman McVeigh also about it this morning. We're down to just one streetery. There used to be a lot of them, so that might be a factor too. Moving on and keeping this very brief so that we can get through the meeting. I am calling for the city administrator, working with Kim Hendrickson, our Director of Health, Housing and Human Services, a homelessness housing plan to begin to look at the feasibility of such. It would be required of us down the road anyway, but we need a plan in order to address homelessness. We've just adopted the safe parks, and for those that are seeking to park on a very limited basis. I will share, and I don't have a lot of copies. I did draft with Kim a letter of thankfulness to the Board of Directors of Leadership Kitsap. It was their team as an initiative, Katie Baker, Richard Barley, William Bruce, Dean Knoll, and Jacqueline Reyes, who came to council to develop the safe park that handles up to 5 units, 5 cars parked. Everyone there is associated with the Recovery Resource Program, but we need something more definitive to deal with homelessness. So I just want to make the council aware that I wish to undertake that work. There's been a lot of progress on the North District Court. I'll keep this very brief as well. I reported out last week. We had for over a quarter of a century, the county's district court part-time in Poulsbo in the back of the old city hall during the financial recession and our move from the old building to this building. That was withdrawn and consolidated in Port Orchard, leaving a lot of our citizens who might be otherwise limited with travel and vehicular, disadvantaged or handicapped. It's a real problem getting to Port Orchard and back in the middle of the day. Buses are up to 4 hours. Here's the success story. The Port Campbell Sklallam Tribe has come in with a letter of support. The Suquamish tribe has come in with a letter of support. Last night, the city of Bainbridge Island undertook a letter of support. I would ask Mr. Gelder if we could put a letter of support together for consideration by this council, working closely with Commissioner Rolfes and District Court Judge Shane Seaman. So a lot of progress to report there. I'm very happy about that. And the rest of my comments I'll hold for boards and commissions. And on that note, I'll start over again with Councilman Eckert. Boards and commission reports.
Yeah, I just, so you all know we had the mayor formed his ad hoc, not ad hoc, but working group for finance. We've had 2 meetings now, and just for the rest of the council know, primarily what we've been focusing on is working towards improving our financial reporting to the council to make it more understandable and easier for us to have a better, more timely idea of our finances. So more to come, and it will come to the whole council and in a very hands-on workshop format is what we're looking at. So just so you know what we're doing.
Thank you, Rick.
Rick, that's you and Doug squared, right?
What he means by that, we have a Doug Tabor and a Doug Newell. Doug squared. That's very clever. Thank you, Michael. Anything else, Rick?
And I think we have the upcoming Suquamish MOA.
Yeah, I'll repeat, on May 12th, 3 p.m. here at our council on the 3rd floor will be our meeting with the Suquamish tribe, for those of you serving on that committee. And moving on, Doug Tabor, any commissions or boards to report? None. Mr. Newell, Ms. Livedall. Why don't you go ahead and do that? I have the notes. There you go.
Thank you. The ad hoc committee that we call, well, Bainbridge calls the 3x3. We meet with 3 of our peers from Bainbridge Island City Council and their city manager, or in this case, interim. Thank you. Oh my God, words are failing me today. I don't know if I'm the best one to give report, but we talked pretty extensively about this North Kitsap District Court relocation or addition back up here, as the mayor just mentioned. We talked a little bit about these. I'm just going to go through maybe the topics. We try to find the topics that we have in common with Bainbridge Island. And then it's sort of just open for questions that either of us have for the other. So ferry service, issues pertaining to Highway 305 and the working group. They are still unfortunately short on funding for their roundabout at Day Road. So that's kind of at a, holding pattern until they can come up with a few more $1 million. They're preparing more than this part of the county for World Cup impacts. So they're in the planning for that. What else did we talk about? Workforce housing, kind of an ongoing battle. Yes. And I had to leave a little bit early, so I don't know if there's things that I missed at the end that would be relevant. No? Okay. That's pretty much it.
Just to add to Councilwoman Livedall's report, we did touch on the RAISE grant. That is the Sound to Olympics Trail. That's kind of held up for all of us. There's a consortium of cities from Bainbridge Island all the way to Port Angeles. That is a federally funded program. There's been difficult language changes associated with accepting that grant. We're all struggling with that. We want to make sure we don't implement a program that we have to pay back or be clawed back. So everything's still viable, but it's slowed a lot of that down. I believe, Councilman McVeigh, when you have the retreat with the Peninsula Regional Transportation Planning Organization next week, that will very likely be a topic of conversation. And that completes, I call it, not the 3x3, as Rob knows, I call it Kobe COP, City of Bainbridge Island, Kobe, not a police department, City of Poulsbo, the Kobe COP Committee. So there, Michael, as far as cute acronyms, okay. I want to talk about very briefly a difficult subject, and I brought an extra copy. I sit on the Kitsap Public Health District, and we had, those of you who sit on council might remember when the Peninsula Glen Section 8 housing was shut by the high school, came out of Section 8, and we had a room full of families, mothers and children imploring us to do something about that dislocation. It was very painful. There wasn't much to be done. We tried to work with them on a couple different levels. On a much different but associated level, St. Michael's Medical Center, the hospital in Silverdale, is shutting down its rehab pediatric facility. It's slated to close by the end of this month. It was short notice. It affects some 200 children and quite a few families, and there's no alternative on the peninsula. They showed up in force at the health district. It was very heart-rending, very plaintive. There precious little the health district can do to move the needle of a private nonprofit. But we listened and we care. And I have a copy of the detailed report St. Michael gave us as to the reasons, justifications, and speculation as to the closure of this facility. I'll leave this here, and this is for anyone who might want to look at it. I'll pass it to Britt because she's close by. It's open to the page. Very painful. I just want to call out that the health district is very concerned about that closure. St. Michael's has the authority to decide where they're moving things to. I'll say one thing on their behalf. The big beautiful bill, when it kicks in 2027, has severe cutbacks to Medicaid and Medicare funding as well. And some of this is anticipatory to streamlining the budget to prepare for that storm. Nonetheless, the impact is real and it is quite pitiful. And our hearts go out to those families and children that will be shortly affected. And then just finally in closure, Rick reported on the finance working group. My focus, and Debbie did a great job of responding, in addition to just looking at the state of the budget, where our sales taxes, REIT, property tax, expenditures like we normally look at, I asked her to report out actually on the two alternatives we do have for budget reporting. One's called accrual and the other's called cash. A lot of cities have moved to a cash basis. That would allow for what the council's been asking for now for some years quietly, which is reports that are more timely with expenditures and revenue in order to make timely decisions. Another effect of the accrual basis, every year now for a quarter of a century, we've been balancing our budget with a reserve withdrawal that we never touch. Because when we form our budget, we don't know exactly where we stand for some months thereafter. A cash budget would allow us to address some of those concerns. So my focus right now is working with Debbie, our city administrator, Rob Gelder, to understand better the choices. Why is this also timely? We're right on the verge of buying financial software, entering that process, engaging with vendors, putting out requests for bids. It would be easier to swallow two pills at once than to do it in separate, if the council so chooses to. So it's a matter of the finance working group with Rob drilling down, coming back to council, and then just starting council-wide discussions. I just want to fully report out on that work. On that note, it is time to move on to the consent agenda. The rest of it. Anything to report? Ms. McVeigh, Ms. Crow? So now we're going to move on. Thank you, Michael. We have before us the consent agenda. All matters listed within the consent agenda have been distributed to each member of the City Council for reading and study, are considered to be routine, and will be enacted by one motion of the council with no separate discussion. If separate discussion on any of these items is desired, that item may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda by council member or citizen request. And tonight we have items A through H on the consent agenda. Before we move on to our business agenda,
Mayor, before making a motion for that, I didn't know if you wanted to have the city administrator and department head comments tonight, or if we're trying to streamline and just asking if they have anything that's really
this will be
critical for us to hear.
Streamlining
Hint, hint.
to get out of it
Nothing
early.
Critical, thank you.
Okay.
That is quite the challenge.
Would you like to
Mr.
at least
McVeigh.
make that opportunity available?
Mr. Gelder, anything to report from the city administrator? Debbie Boer, finance director. Health, Human Housing. Kim, anything?
I do have comments and I'll try to streamline as much as possible. Just wanted to thank council for a really productive workshop session last week on the Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations. There was a bit of pressure being the first official new workshop in the series that you're doing, but I thought it went really well. I came away with some very clear guidance from council, which is very helpful for me. One of the things I heard from council that relates to something that Mayor Stern said is your high level of interest in supporting transitional housing that gets people that are homeless into housing to help their stability and help them move on to that next step. The mayor has asked me to work with the police department and Parks and Rec to come up with a homeless to housing action plan. And I think the council's interest in transitional housing and actually using our housing dollars to get people out of homelessness is going to tie in really nicely to the mayor's directives. And I hope to come back with both a draft NOFO or notice of funding opportunity for those funds, as well as at least a preliminary homelessness to housing action plan at a meeting in June. Would like to share some good news. As you all know, we are feeding people at the Recovery Cafe on Tuesdays to Fridays. Our cafe coordinator, Summer Anderson, applied for a grant from the Poulsbo Garden Club to get some planters so we could grow some of our own food to use in the cafe. She was awarded far more than the maximum allowed. We have $1,900 from the Poulsbo Garden Club to build planters all along the outside wall of the Recovery Cafe. And I'm pleased to announce that Valley Nursery is not only going to provide us with those planter boxes, but also they will be donating soil and plants for this project. So very grateful to the Garden Club, very grateful to Valley Nursery for helping us grow our own food. Finally, have heard from Gambit Recovery, who was part of our presentation at the workshop last week, that they have found another house in Poulsbo that they would like to use for recovery housing. We're working with our attorney now to see what kind of legal arrangement might be necessary for us to support that second house in addition to the Nelson House in Nelson Park. We'll be coming back to council sometime in mid-May with a proposed agreement so we can support a second recovery house in Poulsbo and keep this good momentum going about transitioning people in recovery into transitional housing. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your remarks about being grateful for the grant award from the Garden Club and the contributions to our community. I'd be grateful to sign a letter thanking each of them for those contributions, Kim. Just make a note on that. Parks Director Jeff Osmick.
So critical updates are halving my updates, so it's going to be fairly short. But there are critical for council to know because there's a number of events in the next couple days. So if you are able to attend, this Saturday is Earth Day at Fish Park. So that's 10 to 2. Recommend there. If you can make it, there's 19 groups, live music, a pollinator talk by a best-selling New York Times author, and there's going to be a vegetation cleanup in our park as well. Tuesday in council chambers at 6 p.m., the Poulsbo Tree Board is presenting the urban canopy assessment that they presented to council back in December and doing a Q&A session just to the wider community to share that in case they weren't able to attend. On Wednesday, there's an American Legion Park de-weeding for the pollinator pathway, so sprucing that up ahead of time. And Saturday, 2 more events. Saturday at 10:30 is Arbor Day, and there is going to be a proclamation, thank you, Mayor, down at Waterfront Park in the new area where Saturday, City Administrator Gelder, it's the 25th. April 25th. I don't know what the 4 is. April 25th. That is going to be the tree planting and celebration. And then that same Saturday, just a little later at 11:10 will be the perk groundbreaking. And we are getting many RSVPs. It's going to be popular that day. The last small critical updates. Our Senior Connections newsletter is out, issue 4, and our Senior Task Force is presenting at Poulsbo's Lions Club tomorrow. So if you would like to join them and hear the good work they're doing and say hello to the Lions, they're going to be invited to join the task force tomorrow. And as Councilmember Newell said, we are kicking off the summer concerts on the 4th of July, working with a citizen committee, and we're seeking sponsors to get these bands. So if you have any sponsors, if you'd like to sponsor or know business, send them to Rachel Cornett or myself so we can celebrate with them and bring this beloved concert series back to the community. It's been going on for 40 plus years. And that's it. It's all the critical updates.
Thank you, Jeff. City Planner Heather Wright. Nothing to report. I'm sure Rob and a few injured staff appreciate that. Rhiannon, this is a real test for you. Anything to report? I'm surprised. Not. And Maurice, anything from technology? Now we're going to move on to consent agenda. I've already identified the procedure. We have the items in the agenda. Does council desire to pull any consent agenda item out? If not, I'd entertain a motion and a second to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second beginning on my left. Councilman Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Newell, aye.
Lived I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Pro I.
Thank you, council. We're on to the business agenda. Tonight we have 5 items. It's Parks and Recreation Commission appointment, I'm happy to say. Then there'll be a resolution on the downtown paid parking that consumed a lot of the time at the dais from council comments. Then Cornerstone Church, short-term lease extension. Finally, authorizing aquatic lands account grant. And then also authorizing Washington Wildlife Recreation Program grant. So let's begin with the Parks and Recreation Commission appointment. Let me turn to the page here. I had the opportunity to do an interview along with Parks Director Jeff Oswick. And Jeff, if you provide the introduction, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mayor Stern said, we were thrilled to have a chance to speak with Ken Wesley, who has been with the community for quite some time. He's an avid tennis player. He's retired. He has deep experience in working with community and local businesses. He is thrilled to give back to where he lives. And what we learned, and we also had another interview with him and City Administrator Gelder and Recreation Manager Chris Goodfellow earlier. He's really passionate about a number of things, but specifically trails, interpretive signage, cultural signage, connecting our community together, which is wonderful because we have all these parks. We'd love to connect them. With that, I will hand it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff. And Ken is quite the walker. You'll see him somewhere between Torval Canyon and the top of Finn Hill. We hope he doesn't get run over by Bill Austin sometime. Be careful out there, Ken. I'll invite Ken to make a comment in a moment, but first, unless there's a question from council, I would entertain a motion on the recommendation to appoint Kenneth Wesley to the Parks Commission. Rick?
Move to confirm the mayor's appointment to the Parks and Recreation Commission as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any question? Calling for the vote. Rick?
Eckert, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Newell, aye.
Lived I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Pro I.
Well, Ken, congratulations. And we invite you to the podium to share a remark or two with us. We appreciate your public service and your volunteerism.
Sorry for my back. I'm assuming I'm coming over here. Just a little bit about me. In 2005, my partner Holly Renfrew announced to me that she was moving to Bainbridge Island to take a teaching position. And I decided she couldn't live without me. So we moved to Poulsbo in 2005. Prior to that, I was in the commercial printing business in Stamford, Connecticut. I owned a fairly good sized building and had a lot of fancy clients in the advertising world. I was also a 3-term member of town government in Greenwich, Connecticut, where I lived. So anyhow, we moved in 2005. As Jeff pointed out, I'm an avid tennis player and I played quite a bit of racquetball as well at the Parks and Rec building. And I've walked my dogs on, I think, a good portion of the parks in the city. I do have somewhat of a background in landscape and trail building. I was the head of a committee at my church on Bainbridge. And so I have some knowledge of these things. Largely, though, for the last 20 years, I was a logistics specialist, which is a fancy way of saying a shipping and receiving manager at Gravitech Systems. Some people might be familiar with that building business on Finn Hill Road. For the time that I was here, or arrived here, I was really impressed with the number of park spaces that this city has, and also the quality. And I would just like to be involved with making improvements as necessary. I'm very excited about the perk program, and I'm also quite interested in, a plan to try to connect the trails, which I think is, that's a wonderful idea. So these are a couple of things that I'd like to be involved with, and that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken. Appreciate it. All right, council, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. Which reads Resolution number 2026-05, downtown paid parking. I'll read the summary statement for the public as well as to establish the record. On March 11th, 2026, the majority of the City Council affirmed the timing in Resolution 2025-03 to implement paid parking in summer 2026, preferably by June 1st, if possible. On April 1st, 2026, the majority of City Council agreed on the specifics of implementing paid parking, including where, how much, what days, and duration. Council also discussed how to spend revenue from the program, as well as additional implementation specifics, such as working with seniors and continuing to build the employee parking program. The resolution captures the items completed from resolution number 2025-03, Council's direction to implement paid parking and the associated program framework, anticipated use of revenue, and administrative implementation. I will just make the briefest of remarks. Previous to the March 11th meeting, I issued a memo to my council colleagues outlining my concerns. However, my concerns don't override the operation and execution of the City Council, nor the implementation of its duly enacted policies. The executive branch, myself, Rob Gelder, Heather, the police chief, all of us are committed to carrying out the duly enacted policies. With that said, it would have been my desire, and I don't vote on this council, that we had a full year of parking enforcement data collection in order to understand how much capacity we have already created by moving the employees, the owners, and the boaters out of the downtown. I accept the will of the council to move on to paid parking. So my last comment is this: if I had the ability to vote, which I don't, I would urge the council for a 1 hour grace period rather than 1 or 2 days a week, whatever the council desires. Make it a uniform 7 days, but with a 1 hour grace period throughout the downtown. So everybody would understand you can come and park anywhere from 1 hour. In Anderson Parkway, more than 1 hour, you're in paid parking. If you're on the streets, it depends on the parking enforcement limit, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, and so on. But it would be easy to understand, and everybody would understand that 1 hour is available to residents and guests alike. With that said, I very much respect the council and its decision it will make tonight. And I want to turn this over now to City Planning Director Heather Wright, supported by City Administrator Rob Gelder.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, council and members of the public. I'm going to give a very brief presentation since this is a business item, also because our council has done a fantastic job of summarizing what was discussed at the previous meetings. For those that have been following along, and as our mayor just mentioned, there was a resolution passed in 2025-03 for changes to take place in that year, which included launching signage improvements, creating an employee parking program, and enforcement in 2025. Those items were completed and are reflected in the resolution, including the creation of 249 employee parking spaces and to implement paid parking in the summer of 2026, which our council affirmed in March and April of this year. As council has discussed, there are items that will go into effect in the summer that are reflected in the resolution if passed by council this evening. And they are, as stated, to limit area of paid parking to Anderson Parkway, also commonly known as our waterfront parking lot. It was discussed previously over the last year to include spaces along Jensen Street and Front Street, but those have been excluded. And the area that paid parking may go into effect if it includes just Anderson Parkway is only 17% of the total downtown parking inventory, or 36.5% of city-owned inventory. So there is a very large amount of parking that is still going to be time limited but not paid. The number of days will be just limited to 6 days a week. This reflects some of the grace conversation that was held earlier by our council. That would exclude major holidays as discussed at the last meeting. And it would be limited to the hours of 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is just 8 hours a day. Additionally, it would be 1 day a week and 2/3 of the day is, to be for the hours of pay. So there's quite a bit of grace built into the system and reflected into the resolution. The hourly rate that council discussed was $3 an hour during the peak season. That is intended to be April 16th until October the 14th, and then $1 during the non-peak season, which is October 15th through April 15th. And that is basically dividing the year in half. Employee parking is currently free. The proposal includes a $10 a month charge to be paid by the employer to use the employee parking spaces. Some of those are exclusive in the St. Olaf Park, and the other employee parking spaces that are available are indicated by the letter E beneath signs throughout our downtown. And also the resolution reflects council's intent to use that revenue by reinvesting it into our downtown. And also included is the proposal for staff to look at exploring a shuttle, to also continue to work with seniors to find a parking solution. And those initiatives are included within the resolution. So with that, I will turn it over to council to discuss or make a motion.
Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion.
Questions?
Let's go through this just real quickly because it's a little different than we've done. Staff speaks to the agenda item, and then the next step is, are there any questions for staff related to the topic itself, the qualifications, not for debating yay or nay or amongst ourselves, but rather for clarification, for understanding. So we're at that point where we are to ask any questions for staff. Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Heather. It was a good recap. I think I just want to clarify, if you could help us clarify, the employee parking, it's currently free. And we did that to encourage employees to park in the new employee parking areas, which we have not had in the past. And the $10 a month charge to be paid by the employer. Based on our past discussions, my understanding, you correct me if I'm wrong, please, is that we felt that that was the best approach. It's not a large sum of money, but we felt like we needed to charge the employer something to make sure that give businesses incentive to make sure that the employees that they are reporting as employees are still working there. And that is really kind of the best way to keep the employee parking list, those people who have access to those lots, up to date. Am I remembering that correctly?
That is correct, Councilmember.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's see. I guess I would also appreciate knowing what thoughts staff has at this point on which day of grace we would have. We're talking about 6 days a week. I know past conversations we've talked about Tuesday or Wednesday primarily. Are you going to have a recommendation for us? Do you want to talk about that now? I think that would be helpful for me to know.
We are leaning into Tuesday as the day of grace.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you, Councilman McVeigh. Councilwoman Livedall.
Gary kind of covered my question. I was going to ask, how and what you were thinking for the grace stay. I've kind of been informally looking at business hours. It does feel like a lot of businesses are closed on Tuesday. So I don't know. I was leaning a little towards Wednesday, but I'll defer to everybody else, I guess. I just kind of wanted to put it out there because I would like it to be something that businesses might be able to incentivize for their customers.
Thank you. Councilman Eckert,
Yeah,
excuse me, Councilwoman Crowe, then Councilman Eckert.
You know, what,
Excuse me.
if I can make a suggestion, maybe start at the far left. I'm fine with being last. And that way, can we streamline it a little bit that way?
Sure.
Start with Rick, so on and so on and so on.
Council's
Okay,
desire.
right.
Mr. Eckert.
Thank you.
sure. I just wanted to clarify the days you mentioned for the season, because the resolution says April 15 to October 15 is the $3. And then October 16 to April 14 is $1. And I think you said something slightly different. So,
Thank you. What was in the resolution is what intends to be reflected in the days of paid of 3 versus 1.
okay. I just want to make sure, yeah, we didn't have a change. We need to reflect in a motion later. So, okay. Thank you.
Councilman Tabor.
Only question I have is, for employers that wish to pay for the $10, are they able to do that quarterly, monthly, or annually? And just want to see if there's payment options to make things easier for the employers. And
From my understanding of discussions with LAS, they can do it on a monthly basis. I think that will be later decided.
Councilman Newell.
Questions of staff?
Any further questions, Britt? Councilman Fitzpatrick? Mr. McVeigh, any further comment?
A question. Heather and Rob, can you give us a sense of what companies, software packages you've been investigating to help us administer the paid parking part of the hybrid parking program?
Thank you. Yes, we've actually, so when we went out for the RFP last summer, we did solicit from companies that had the capability to not only do enforcement, but also they had the capability of doing the paid portion of it as well. And so that has been something that we've utilized for special events, as you recall from the Day Pass program. But we thought it was also prudent to do some additional due diligence. So we've been able to look through Omnia, which is a cooperative purchasing cooperative. They put out an RFP last year, I believe, for paid parking. And so they had like 160 different respondents. So we're going to huddle internally to actually look at the criteria that they included in the RFP to look at the functionality of the platforms. Can you do text to pay? Can you do what all is involved? And then we'll kind of create a short list of those priorities and then evaluate the respondents of RFPs, come down to a short list and probably look at doing a demo or interview of those and make a selection therefrom.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Just a quick follow-up on what Gary just asked. Is there any interest in aligning our program with the 2 that exist in the private lots downtown just for continuity?
I think that would be one of those criteria that we would utilize to evaluate a vendor selection.
Pam, I think it's your turn.
Sorry. Heather and Rob, can you also, I know that for some of the large events that we have downtown, such as Poulsbo Blues and Jazz Festival, such as Yule Fest at Sons of Norway, etc., the city offering the event permit parking, a set fee. I believe that we've been charging $10 for unlimited parking, so people don't have to worry about time limits and they can comfortably go to an event. My understanding is that we would still, particularly in those lots where we're not charging, for instance, the King Olaf lot, the City Hall parking garage, where would be free parking still, we would still make on certain large events, we would still make that event permit parking set fee available, correct?
That is our intent, is to not lose that flexibility. As you may or may not have recalled, with some of the new special event permits that are coming in, a parking plan is a key component of that. So it's really going to be, or continue to be, on a case-by-case basis. What does that event need? What are the expected number of individuals coming into town? And so I think we would want to have that flexibility, but can't say how often or frequently that would be used.
I was wrong, Pam. Now it's finally your turn. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, certainly. Right. I'm curious about the preferred June 1st or June start date. Would all of this be implemented as of June? Or are there going to be portions implemented as of June and other pieces roll out?
Thank you for asking that question. I was thinking through some of those details specifically before this meeting in regards to the employee parking. That may take a little bit more conversation to make sure that we have everyone in the system and understanding, because it's a bigger change that's going to impact more people more readily than it will we'll be able to communicate through just a sign, which paid parking will require quite a bit of outreach, of course, to our community, but also we will have the benefit of posted signage to get the word out. There may be some parts of the system that are implemented at a later date. Specifically, possibly the employee parking piece. I will say that our city administrator has been working with a communication specialist to make sure that we do have the messaging together as well, because we want to make sure that we've done our due diligence to make sure that our community is informed of these changes before we go live.
And I would say that, just to piggyback on that a little bit, is as opposed to last year when we needed to make sure there was signage throughout downtown, we're really focused on Anderson Parkway under this proposal in terms of really updating the signage with whatever vendor platform we end up selecting. So the universe is a little bit smaller. It makes it a little bit faster to mobilize, especially if the vendor supplies the signage, and then we would have to partner with Public Works. As opposed to manufacturing the signage, we would have to install it, but we could get a little bit further ahead sooner.
Thank you for that, and that very thoughtful intentional consideration, because from what I understand, that's part of the challenge, is the signage and the clarity. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness in that, because I have been concerned with a June 1st start, or I'm saying June 1st, June start, because it's here. So the other piece is also the E and representation of employee parking. If I wasn't part of this process, call me clueless. I wouldn't exactly know what E meant. Everyone? So is it, no, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be snarky, but I admit, if there's a way to expand on that, and that way that might save some angst for those who may not be aware.
So I appreciate the question a lot. That has been one of those pieces of outreach and communication that we've been doing a fair amount on. There's always two sides to that. If you, we don't want our signs to be so large, right? That's not the number one impression that we want for downtown. But we also want it to be a little bit intentionally, a little more stealth. So that employees who were informed about it know where else they can park on the street. So it was a,
and I don't know, I don't want to put more, task on Public Works. I don't know if painting it at the entrance of the employee parking lot, or, I don't know if painting it along the edge of the side of the sidewalk. I really don't know what the best solution is, other than an E. And maybe people don't look at E the same way I would look at it, but I did have some concerns about that.
yeah, and that's only on certain segments. It's on 3rd between Hostmark and Mo, along Mo between 3rd and Jensen. And then it's inclusive of Jensen from Iverson to Sunset, and then on Front from Sunset down to basically King Olaf.
Okay.
Those are the only areas, and that the intent there was to have some additional capacity for employees. Because one thing we know is when there's, especially at shift changes, if the parking lots are already well engaged and somebody needs to find a spot before someone else leaves their shift because they're replacing them, we needed a little bit of a pressure valve to be able to allow someone to park on the street, not be penalized for the fact that the parking lot was full. So that's why part of the resolution is to continue to explore options for employee parking. We know it's not one and done. That is an iterative process. So we will continue to look and explore various ways of expanding that capacity as well.
And thank you for saying it's not one and done. And I think that's a space that folks are living in, is that looking at how this is going to roll out or be implemented. And my question and tethered to that is, will the grace day that's selected be revisited if we find that, okay, that's not the best grace day, or hour, so that's something that I'm not looking for an answer on, but I think there's some flexibility in this. However, at the same time, we don't want to be all over the board. We want to identify a plan and move forward with it. And then the other question I have is the time period that data is going to be captured. It's like, this is working. Is this going to be like, we're going to do a year of capturing data, 6 months of capturing data is the signage confusing? And part of the data is hearing voice from people. Part of the data is the comments that we're receiving in person via email. Would a ticket occur? And I'm talking even the enforcement piece still. Are people still getting tickets and are they confused? So what's the time period to capture what would identify if this is working and not working? And then the other piece is, what's the time period to hear the voice of the business owners, if this is working, this is not working?
I can share that we are in close communications with our court, so we are aware of the type of tickets that are being issued, which gives us an indication of where there might be a push in the system, where there could be some adjustments made, possibly because people don't have enough information, or we could improve our signage to make things more clear. It is also our intent to have the monthly meetings so we can hear back from our public. It's been very useful to hear from our community and make this an adaptive program. And we intend to continue to keep those lines of communication open and use what we're seeing and experiencing to make adjustments. I will share that the signage, there is a budget specific to signage, and we didn't exhaust that budget because we weren't sure if other changes were going to be made to the system. There were some recommendations from Kinsey to make for example, our lots more clearly identifiable outside of the immediate parking system. So there are things we can do to continue to improve signage that we already have budget for.
And I would say that in terms of the metrics, as we measure it, my hope would be that we actually see the number of citations go down, right? Because we are providing that choice that with a paid option, then people, if they're planning to stay longer, can do that, not risk the citation. And the ones who are choosing not to do that and be in a timed zone specifically, then are more mindful of the duration of time that they're actually parking there. So that hopefully will come down. And the council already took action last month to actually suspend the reparking piece of it, which was a good portion of the number of citations and probably the hardest to explain and understand. So I think the intent through this entire proposal is to try to be as simple as possible, so it's as easily explainable and understandable, so that I think majority of folks just want to follow the rules and the process. So we need to make sure it's not so complex that there's all these ifs, ands, or buts, or what ifs that make it very difficult for someone to follow.
I appreciate that. And I also want to rephrase something. I want to roll back a little bit. When I part of the data captured, obviously there's folks that are in opposition of paid parking because there is concerns of what impacts there might be financially and economically. Moving forward, part of the data captured, if there are business owners, residents that are sharing their experiences because of maybe communication and confusion, or they feel impacts on their business. So to me, that would hopefully serve as a data point other than a forecast of, I'm going to say gloom and doom, because that's and understandably that's just the reality of where some people are walking. They have concerns, so but I just want to rephrase, opposition and a complaint isn't necessarily data, but an experience tied to it, that this is what happened and this is what I did not understand, or this is the impact. To me, that's data in itself. So I appreciate all that you guys are doing. I feel like we've been torturing you, so I'm sorry.
Well, data or not, I would say that really it's that anecdotal, that experiential information that we've received over the past year has really been what has driven the changes and our adaptive management of the entire program thus far. So we do hear it, we take it seriously, and then we try to be creative to make sure that we can address the concerns.
I see Mr. Eckert has a question for staff.
Yeah, so as far as you mentioned, you're already looking into paid models, the actual technology and all. So if you have an idea at this point when we're going to see that back, because obviously June 1st is a pretty tight timeline. And then just a comment towards that. I mean, you got a lot of criteria to look at and all. I remember after the last conversation I mentioned to somebody, it might even have been you, Rob, I can't remember now. It's been a long day. There's this place over in Seattle that I parked that literally had 4 signs on the pole that were on for that section of street that were all parking signs, because that section of street changed how you could park 4 times in the day. Because at one point in the day it was a loading zone, and at one point it was like 15-minute parking, and then it was like then it was paid parking, and then it was free parking. So like as we go through this, yeah, simple is better. Like whatever we can get it down, because if you got to read, like I literally had to stand there and like, okay, what's this time of day? How long am I going to be here? If it gets too hard, yeah, it's just going to be too hard. So I think simple is better in whatever system we come up with, that folks you can look at one sign, your watch, and go, right, I know what I'm doing now. So, but yeah, if you have any idea when we think we're going to see that would be helpful.
Mr. Tabor.
Happy to make a motion.
Yeah, so let's be clear, and I appreciate that, Doug. We've been asking questions of staff to clearly understand the resolution on the table. That was without respect to whether you're for it, you're against it. The next motion will be to put it on the table for that debate. Staff's still available for clarification, but now we start the process of yay or nay. Once the motion's on the table, it can also be amended sequentially. So all of that is available as tools to the council. So Mr. Tabor, if you want to go ahead and make that motion.
Happily, Mayor. Move to approve resolution number 2026-05, a resolution of the City of Poulsbo, Washington, confirming completed implementation actions for downtown parking management and memorializing City Council direction for paid parking in the summer of 2026.
I have a motion and I have a second. We're going to go from left to right, starting with Mr. Eckert. Mr. Eckert.
Okay. So first I'll just say, for those that weren't here or don't remember, we had options. Staff presented to us last time. We had a lot of options. A couple of us added in options. I'm gonna, I added an option, which is what we ended up with. So obviously I liked it because it was my suggestion. But the reason I came up with this set of choices and recommended it is because kind of to what Michael talked about in his comments, I was looking for the compromise, and Gary, too. I was looking for the compromise option. And I think this one represents the compromise option. In the sense of best government, it doesn't make anybody happy, so therefore it must be the best choice, right? If everybody's a little unhappy, then we found the right solution. To Heather's point, this is, and Gary kind of alluded to it, only 37% of the city parking is being charged now. We were talking at one point, Anderson and Front Street. I know there was even a discussion of going bigger. I kind of felt bigger was the choice because it kept folks from seeking the edges of paid to avoid it. We went the other direction. I'm okay with that. I think we heard the community that we went with that choice. Rob mentioned it. Reparking was a problem in the interim. We heard the community. We've suspended it for 12 months. We're going to look at it and we'll figure it out. I think that we heard the community, we acted. As far as grace, Heather put it as 2/3 in one day. I did the math. We are charging for 48 hours in the week and 120 hours are not, and just that 37%. So to me, that's a lot of grace. You have your mornings, you have your evenings. Ed, I understand your point to 1 hour, but honestly, after all this conversation and all this, I'm to the point, if we want another hour of grace, then I'm going to say, let's make parking start at 10 or start at 9 and the grace goes till 10. I mean, it's the same difference. I mean, we've played with this and played with it. We got to institute it and now see how it works. And then we'll adjust if we need to. But we have nibbled at the edges of this, I think, as much as we possibly can to know as much as we possibly can without implementing. So I would really like to see us move forward with this. I believe we've come to the best solution we can with plans for the future. We're going to look at a shuttle. We're going to look at the garage down the road. We're going to look at trying to encourage folks to get out of their cars. We've got all these other pieces in place. I said it way back when. Gary's touched on it a couple times. If we as a council don't take a step forward in this, we are just not doing our job. This has been studied long enough. We got to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Tabor.
Thank you, Mayor. 3 points. Keep it clean. Well, actually, first, before I'm going to preempt my 3 points with absolutely, I wanted 2 days of, I wanted 3 days of no paid, and I thought that was the grace. But really, this works great because 37% of the space times a third of the time is only 12%. That's tiny. I'm really happy with that amount of grace. And now my 3 points. I heavily prefer implementing this A correctly and B without burning staff out versus hitting any specific date, such as June 1st. Personally, I would be okay with late summer, early fall if that afforded us doing this correctly. And, I don't suspect of any, feet dragging or trying to delay this. I think that makes sense to do this correctly. And I can tell because of how we've learned from mistakes from enforcement and how we've adapted and done this, try to do that correctly and how that would translate to this process. And that goes to my second point, keeping things simple. And I'm really appreciate hearing that over and over. Consideration for adaptability. So for staff and council, what's reversible and adaptable versus what's not, and kind of being aware of that when we come against something that when we implement it, we won't be able to change it easily, and kind of being, bringing that up and discussing that and making informed decisions, I think is important. And I really like that we simplified the zone of parking. That makes sense, I think, for our citizens who go downtown and know the waterfront is charged, everything else is free. I think that's easy to keep in your mind. And we will make mistakes, and the staff and the city council will adjust and adapt and try to amend that. And my last point was my first point, if anyone was paying attention. Affordability. Again, downtown is going to cost our taxpayers in Poulsbo $50 to $60 per resident. And we have 1 million users. And that's individual uses, so 1 million uses of our downtown that could be charged this fee. And so let's say that's 200 to 300,000 people. They're paying like $6 per person per year to cover the same cost. And they're coming from all over Kitsap, all over the world to visit Poulsbo. And they're happy to contribute. I'm sure they're happy to contribute $6 to maintain our downtown. The other thing I want to point out is alleviating that $50, $60 per resident, that 500 to 750K, frees up the general fund and takes pressure off of other things that the city's doing and allows us to not only improve access to downtown, but also not feel pressure in other places on the general fund. And to me, that's really important for affordability, and not if something happens and we need to do it, we have that pressure already alleviated, and we don't have to look to the first thing we need to do is increase taxes. And that's really important to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug. Councilman Newell.
Yeah, good evening. You would think by the amount of hours we've spent over the past decade that the most important thing a city does is manage parking. Our most important thing is to provide the utilities to our that enable us to work and play and enjoy our city. It is to provide public safety through our police department, to be engaged with our fire department, to ensure our city works and things happen. It's interesting how an issue can become the thing for a decade. That being said, I have shared with my colleagues since I've been on board that, I don't believe this is about paid parking. I think this is about how do we access our downtown. And I'd be remiss without commenting in that standpoint. And I would like to propose an amendment, realizing I'm flying uphill, realizing we've considered 20 different options, but I would like to do that. So I have drafted a proposed amendment. It's effectively replacing Section 3, the program framework. And I'll go step by step, and I try not to belabor this, but it mainly focuses on a couple of the concerns we have. Is that this is the residents of the city of Poulsbo's downtown. And as many people have pointed out, we already pay. We pay property taxes, we pay sales taxes, we pay utility taxes that other people don't pay, and we pay.
I'm sorry, Doug. I was suggesting that so the audience can see what we're talking about, that perhaps the city clerk could project it on the screen.
I would need it electronically, not in
Okay,
paper.
sorry. All right. I was trying to be.
I will, in that spirit, I will, if the mayor will allow me, I'll pause and I'll send it. If the council would like that to happen.
I can express, I'm sure the council desires that to be transmitted to the city clerk for projection. We will give Doug a moment to do that.
No, go ahead and keep, we can keep going down if we'd like, because it will take me a second.
I think the amendment's worth pausing on and keeping clarity.
All right, hold on a second here, because you're going to force me to do things with my phone.
Yeah, I did.
Come on. I can do it easy this way.
You have to read it.
Yeah, sorry. It is redlined. It's going to come from my personal account because I can attach documents. I can't attach documents.
That'll work.
From. Come on here.
Doug, while you're doing that, there was a question on this end of the dais of whether or not you'd had a chance to show this to staff before tonight.
I did not run this through staff.
Okay, thank you.
I did send to you with earlier. Shouldn't I be one of your preferred people? You got a tech person next to you. I sent it. It is. Came from Doug at familynewell.org. Apologize because that's My phone works better with that. It's okay. They all have my phone number. I can always implement Sendio at home. No? It's up to the mayor.
For 5 minutes. Doug, why don't you just keep talking about it and we'll wait for it to show up.
All
I
right.
mean, I think we.
So, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, so I apologize to my colleagues if I repeat myself. It gets into the fact that our citizens already pay for a lot of services here in town, and that we've heard from them that paying to access their downtown is something they do not desire to do. I am sensitive to the fact that the majority of the people that use our downtown are visitors. And from that standpoint, and looking at other examples from other small towns that have similar concerns are, and I can share some of those because it's amazing what you can find online these days. I would like to see that Poulsbo residents who participate in our transportation benefit district not pay for parking. However, that they remain subject to time limits. I put the next bullet on here is prescriptive, although it's already implied, which is downtown on-street parking will remain free for all users. That's implied, right, Heather?
That's correct. It will remain free.
Yeah. And then prescribe visitors pay for parking in our Anderson parking lots. The next piece just really gets into the fact of what is seasonality. The resolution in front of us today says today is when high season starts. I would suggest to you that our weather's still quite variable and that high season actually starts with Viking Fest or Memorial Day and runs through Labor Day. However, we still are very busy on Saturdays and Sundays. And so what I would like to see is our high season start more narrowed, more closely to when it's sunny. And we have paid parking on weekends, and Monday through Fridays are free during the off season, i.e. today, if we were charging $3 an hour for parking, I don't think anybody was in Anderson Parkway today to begin with. They might be tomorrow because we might get a little bit of sun breaks, but that's the gist of it. So at a high level, it's find a way to allow residents of the city of Poulsbo to access downtown for free. My thought is employee parking is already done that way through capturing of license plates. We know what the license plates are associated with our transportation benefit district, and then narrowing our time frame of when seasonality is, and focusing on weekends during the off season, not on the rest of the days. So anyways, that's my proposed amendment. You have it in front of you. Rhiannon's over there yelling at me in her mind. Yes, she is. Sorry, Rhiannon. I should have. There we go. And just reiterating that I redlined the proposal that was presented by that's in our packet tonight. The first step is what I was talking about: is Poulsbo residents not pay for parking. Prescriptive that downtown on-street parking remain free. That was already implied in there. Therefore, visitors pay for parking in Anderson Parkway parking lots, and then our peak season goes Memorial Day through Labor Day. I'm also, while I'm sensitive to the 6 days a week, to me, it feels cleaner to say 7 days a week, so I don't sit here and think which day of the week I have off. But anyways, I said I'd be remiss to not sit here and focus on this. The last thought in this is I was trying to go back to what some of the parking studies state, which is target those high demand days, those days when you have more than 85%, because that's when you can make a difference. The other days, all we're doing is impacting the local business or the local customers that want to come down and enjoy. So.
The way to handle this. Any questions for Doug before I call for a second? We did that of staff on the original proposal too. Any questions of Doug on the proposed amendment?
Could I get the actual amendment so I can record it for the record? I wasn't here if it was given while I was out. What is the amendment? That whole, is it to revise section 3 as
To
provided by?
replace, yes, to replace section 3, which is titled Program Framework in its entirety with the document proposed by Councilman Newell.
Okay, thank you.
Is that wordy enough?
Yes. that's
Mayor,
perfect.
Mayor, I don't have questions of Mr. Newell, but I do have a few opinions, as you might expect. So if we second the amendment, there's still going to be time to express opinions and debate, correct?
This was just for clarification.
Okay.
Out of that. I'll call on Pam Crow. Did you have a question for Doug before calling for a second?
Yeah, we'll see if anybody seconds it, first of all.
Yeah, I did have a question. Your thought in reference to Poulsbo residents not being charged for parking, but not the business owners. I just was curious as to your thoughts on that.
I think we have made headway downtown with regards to encouraging employees to not be parking in Anderson Parkway. I know there's an impact on that, so my thought was to be able to continue what we have today. It is, there's no perfect solution. Are you a Poulsbo resident and you work downtown? That's why I put in there subject to time limits.
I'm not seeing any other questions directed at Councilman Newell's amendment, which he has made a motion to support. Do I have a second in support of the amendment?
I'll provide a second.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Time to debate the amendment. Mr. McVeigh?
Thank you, Mayor. I have several objections to this. One is the transportation benefit district fee is $40 a year, correct? What is it?
Currently 20.
It's $20 a year. I don't think any of us, given the state of our roads in this city, I don't think any of us ever envisioned a $20 annual transportation benefit district fee on license tabs, providing unlimited free parking as part of that. So that's kind of a non-starter for me. I also think that the high season is too short. I think we have an awful lot of activity before Memorial Day and after Labor Day. So I would not be in favor of that. Yeah, I have a few other problems, but those are my primary objections. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilman McVeigh. Councilman Eckert?
Yep. I thought we were starting this way down, but anyway. I just had to start light. Okay. Similar to Gary's concern with the transportation district. First off, I've kind of touched on it. I'm not sure if I made it absolutely clear, but I don't actually support the current $20 additional tab through our TBD. So I don't like that we would use that as another source. I don't support our upcoming discussion to increase it the way we're discussing. I already have an alternative plan I've planned to present. So I don't want to rely on it. But my immediate thought is something that Pam in her question touched on. We have enough people who think they live in Poulsbo now and are often unhappy because they don't really. And this just creates another us versus them division between the residents and the non-residents. They said business owners. Now we're going to have even folks who already say, well, I own a business there, I should have a say. But they don't because they don't live here, so they don't get to vote. We have folks, people who work here who don't live here, so I'm afraid that that's a divisive way to do it. I think this is very complicated and hard to follow. And I think we've all stated we want this to be simple. So I'm concerned about that. And then as far as the limit, April 4th, I was at the farmer's market manning a booth for the whole of the day. And it was gorgeous. It was absolutely gorgeous the whole day. I am sure downtown was vibrant and busy all day. That was April 4th. And today we had hail. I thought people were throwing rocks at my car when I drove home. That's how loud, and I checked for dents. So I don't think we can, weather here is, go outside and go outside 10 minutes later and it'll be different. So I really don't make a policy based on that because we just can't rely on it. So again, I'm attached to what we came up with because I came up with the final thing we voted on. I'll admit that. But again, I think it was a solution that makes nobody 100% happy because we have compromised our way to what we can live with. And it's a starting point, has been said. So I agree. I don't support this amendment. I would rather we go with it as written. And if we need to change it, I have confidence we will change it.
Thank you, Rick. Mr. Tabor.
I also like the left to right, just for the flow. And then Mayor, you don't have to crane your neck every time looking for questions. I also, for similar reasons, don't support this amendment. I really like the idea of making it free and accessible for Poulsbo residents, but I'm pretty impressed with the only 12% of downtown parking in a 24-hour span is going to be paid. And that's multiplying 37% times 33%. But I think there's good ideas in here, and I think this should be kept for when we have more data, when years go by and we want to change what we have if it's not working or if there's needs to be adjustments. Thank you.
Ms. Livedall, any remarks? Mr. Newell.
Just quickly on that standpoint, I was only identifying the people that participate in the Transportation Benefit District is they are already people paying here in town. What we're currently, the first proposal was that Poulsbo residents pay to use their downtown parking lot. I was just trying to find a way to say that Poulsbo residents don't have to pay again. So that, just for clarification, it wasn't so much that $20 would give you a free pass. It's just we already are contributing to our parking lots. Thanks.
Ms. Livedall.
I think my colleagues have stated a lot of the points that I agree with. I'm not prepared to support this amendment right now. I agree that there's some interesting things to consider as we move along. Fundamentally, from the very beginning, a hybrid paid model to me has always been about a user fee. The people using it are contributing, and that incentive or de-incentive will help to change behavior, and that people who don't want to pay will perhaps choose to park in a free area and walk a little bit further because they know where those are. This kind of undermines the user fee concept for me. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Doug, for this amendment. Just for the clarity of the public, a second doesn't necessarily mean support or not support. It just means that at least one other counselor thinks this is worth discussing. And the comments we've already heard, I think were worth the entrance fee. Doug, I find that you've combined a number of things, some of which I think are worth serious consideration, and some that I would resist. The one that I resist the most, and sort of to Rick's point, it's because it contravenes something that I asked for, is only doing paid parking in the peak season. I think that an on-off approach like that is confusing. So that's the portion of this amendment that I'm probably most resistant to. On the other hand, I do think your discussion about rethinking the dates is interesting, and the Memorial Weekend through Labor Day weekend, I think that's something that staff can provide us feedback on as we do this to see whether or not that April 15th to October 15th date is something that we want to stick with in the long term. I think probably the other concern I have is the 98370 that some people have already spoken to of until everybody with a Poulsbo mailing address lives within the city limits, we've got a kind of interesting problem of who counts as a local here. And as much as I am sympathetic to providing targeted relief for our residents, I just think that for me, it's that wider community that I'm most concerned about. And that's why I think something more like the 1 hour complimentary parking hour, which is available to everyone, better speaks to that than doing something that we can only provide to our immediate residents.
Mr. McVeigh, any further comment?
No further comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Gary. Lastly, Pam, any comment? We have an amendment on the table with a motion and a second. The vote will be on the proposed amendment to Section 3 program framework. We'll begin with Mr. Eckert, aye or nay?
Eckert, nay.
Tabor, nay.
Newell, aye.
Lived all nay.
Fitzpatrick, nay.
McVeigh, nay.
Crow, nay.
And the amendment fails. We're back to the main motion as presented and discussed earlier. Is there any further question or clarification before I call for the vote? It's already on the table with a motion and a second.
Get through the whole line.
We did not.
So we're at lived
Stopped
all.
it. We stopped
Well,
it.
unless Newell has further comments.
Britt, go ahead.
Done. That's right. Thank you.
Something that I've been considering, I don't have an amendment proposed, but what's come up repeatedly was the idea of an across the board grace time of, it was 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. I'm not in support of 2 hours. I'm not sure that I'm even in support of 1 hour. I have been thinking a lot about this, and there are some specific businesses that whose frontage is along Anderson Parkway. The businesses vary, and I'm maybe not going to call them out specifically, but there's businesses where they're loading and unloading heavy furniture. Customers are purchasing things that are bulky and difficult to transport. And I guess I have some concerns around how do the people coming to patronize those shops, are they going to be ticketed if they park in a loading zone for 10 or 15 minutes to load something they've purchased? That concerns me because those businesses are located where they're located. They don't necessarily benefit from Front Street and the free fast rotational parking we have there. So I know this is kind of a wrench in the whole thing, but I am also trying to find ways to compromise to alleviate the myriad of feelings that we've been hearing. So it's something I've been considering is a 30-minute grace period. Michael brought kind of, in one of your emails, clarified that regardless, anybody parking in Anderson Parkway does need to access the app, and start a session. So it doesn't necessarily eliminate that quote hassle or however you want to think about that. But if someone can come in and do their business quickly, they wouldn't have to pay. So right. It's something I've been giving some consideration to. I will approve this resolution in its current form, but I did just want to put that on the record as something I've been thinking about.
Thank you, Britt. Councilman Fitzpatrick.
I have a question for Britt. We have 2, I think, maybe 3 15-minute spots on Front Street now where it's supposed to be kind of park, run in, run out. Adding one to Anderson in the lot itself, would that be something that maybe you
That's
would
an interesting
think
idea.
could add to that, help that? Because like I said, we only have a couple of those. They're kind of strategically on each end of the street, but we could always look at.
It's just, I guess, if that's taken, that, at the point where someone needs to come and pick up a large item from Longship Marine, what are they going to do? That makes me nervous that they're going to have trouble. And that's not the only business. That's just one that comes to mind. So that's an interesting idea. It is at least a starting point.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you. My long comments were at the beginning, so I'll keep this brief. There's three things I wanted to mention. The first is just to share with my colleagues that up until tonight, I was ignorant of a key piece of all this puzzle, which is I did not know that there was a second conversation council had had with the Walker consultant at the end of 2024. There was a supplement to the Walker study that was presented at that time that I had not read. So I just wanted the council to know that I have read that document and watched that council meeting. So if there are any other council meetings you think I've missed, please let me know. But I'm hoping that's it. Secondly, I support the resolution as presented because I believe staff has written a reasonable and moderate paid parking program that gets the ball rolling. I am prepared to support the resolution as it stands. However, I would ask us to not be hasty. We spent the past few months focusing on the technical details of paid parking. Tonight, we should devote our attention to thinking more strategically, as I think my colleague Britt Livedall was just doing, thinking about how we build public support for our program. We all want whatever policy we pass to be successful, even those of us who are skeptical of that program. To that end, I invite my colleagues to consider pursuing a resolution tonight that solicits the broadest support from the council. The more councilors who support the resolution, the more various public concerns will be addressed. Tonight is our opportunity to make accommodations that produce the strongest majority in favor. Passing a resolution with a bare majority divides the council and the public, whereas a strong majority invites the public to give this parking program a chance. While I am prepared to support the resolution as is, I would much prefer to support a resolution that has the broadest support across the council. Let's give the community as many reasons as we can to get behind this paid parking program. Tonight is for diplomacy, not digging in our heels. And with that said, my third comment would be, I am fairly neutral on a lot of these different tools of grace that we've talked about. But one reason that I have spoken up for the idea of a 30-minute or a 1-hour complimentary grace period, and I would not, like Britt, I would not support the 2-hour option, is simply because it's been the request I have heard the most from the public. It's not because I think it is better or worse than the 1 day of grace that staff has currently built into the resolution. That's where I think I differ with a lot of people here at the dais. I don't think one is better or worse than the other. But if one curries more favor from the public and gets more support for our program, that is something that I am interested in.
Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this resolution. I think Mr. Fitzpatrick makes a very good point in terms of passing it with the largest majority of council members possible. We've gotten pretty far into the weeds on this one, to be honest with you, on the whole parking conversation. I think it was necessary. But I will remind my colleagues that we are supposed to operate up here, policy and budget, and staff is supposed to do the implementation. We need to let them do their jobs, okay? So I am going to support this. I think it's a good compromise. I think it recognizes a lot of good things. I also want to take a minute to celebrate, and remind ourselves that what we've done so far with the employee parking program, clearing employees, boaters, owners, other scofflaws, shall I call them, that have parked for hours or days on end in Anderson Parkway on a pretty regular basis. We've gotten anecdotal evidence, at least from some of our business owners and citizens who have noticed a difference, that when they come down to Anderson Parkway now, they can actually find a parking spot. What we've done so far has been working. I think this will work as well. I am very excited about having a pot of resources that will be available for us to invest in adding to parking capacity, creating perhaps a summer weekend shuttle, perhaps purchasing a piece of property down the road that could be used in the future for a parking garage. We have not had the resources to improve our downtown parking program in the past. This will give us that. I will remind my colleagues of how long, for instance, on our capital improvement program, Front Street improvements has been listed on that capital improvement program. I asked Mayor Stern this morning, and he said decades probably. And why is it sitting there why have we not made any improvements to Front Street? Why have we not been able to redo the utilities under Front Street and make other improvements? It's because we haven't had the funds to do it. Now we will have a dedicated source of funds to invest in our downtown for the future. I'm very excited about that.
Thank you, Gary. Councilwoman Crowe.
Ready to move forward and take some action.
So it is time to call for the question. Mr. Eckert.
I just wanted to make one last comment. Doug, I appreciate in your amendment, even though I didn't support it, your attempt to give relief to our residents. It's something that is important. We do it in the Parks and Rec program where we do offer discounts for those that live in the city. I think it's important that we do that because we are the city of Poulsbo and the city of Poulsbo City Council. We represent the city residents. So I do think it's a good move, and I in a lot of ways support it. I didn't this time, but I do think it's an important thing to bring up fairly often, that while we do support the North End in a lot of ways, North End of the county that is, and the zip code, we do have to look to our city residents as the folks that we are primarily elected to represent. So I just wanted to make that point before we voted.
Mayor, call for the question, Mayor.
Mr. Fitzpatrick had his hand up before your remark, Mr. McVeigh.
I just want to add that for the public's benefit, that there's section 5 here talks about a lot of things that have not been done that staff will be working on in the wake of this resolution. One of which is dear to my heart, thinking about how to best combine this program with the use of the senior center. So I'm saying that because a lot of our senior community has been asking for some kind of response from us on this. I want to make clear passing this does not mean that the conversation is closed. Section 5 of this resolution leaves a lot of conversations to continue.
And folks, that's how sausage is made. I'm going to call for the question, beginning with Mr. Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor, aye. Newell, nay.
Lived all I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Crow, aye.
Thank you, council. The resolution is passed. I believe we have one more business agenda. We have three more. Wow.
Would it be possible to take a 5-minute break, Mayor?
I think we're going to take a 5-minute break right now and return to the dais to complete the business agenda and then move directly into the work agenda. And staff, please hang in there with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Have you brought us back in the session already or no?
Hold on. Council's reconvening at 7:12. The next item of business is 9C, Cornerstone Church, short-term lease extension. Jeff Osmick, if our Parks Director, would walk us through it.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members. I will be succinct. What is in front of you is the temporary lease extension for Cornerstone Church. They have been leasing the downstairs of the Recreation Center since 2011. They've had their lease renewed for multiple of times, and their lease expires at the end of this month. This temporary lease extension gives us 6 more months to do some due diligence on assessing what the current market rates are. It's a pretty quirky, restricted space, but it's been a long time since that lease has been updated. And we're working with our legal counsel to also update the lease. That language back then is different from now. So what it is we're taking extra time to make sure we cross the T's, dot the I's, and we want to make sure we're not rushed. That's the 6-month lease extension in front of you to authorize the mayor to sign that lease.
That is what's before council. Any questions for staff to clarify what's on the table? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion and a second.
I have a question for Jeff.
We have a question, Rick.
Were we not to renew the lease with them? Do we have any other intended uses for that space?
No, when 3 years ago, when I first joined, we entered discussion saying, it is a lease. We have ways to exit the lease, both parties. But right now there are no plans and there are no immediate needs to use that space. And as tenants, they've been great tenants. And as landlords, we want to make sure that they're clearly communicated with. There's no surprises and no suddenness. They would like to continue it. We don't have any immediate plans. And the second part of this is that revenue that on the monthly, and that is a healthy amount that helps us offer programs.
All right, thank you.
Happy to make a motion.
I'm sorry,
I do have
Mr.
a
McVeigh.
question of staff. Excuse me, I'm eating a trail mix bar up here. Jeff, can you remind me how many square feet is that space?
Oh, goodness. I don't have that off the top of my head right now, Councilmember McVeigh. I apologize. I could find out and forward it on to you.
Okay.
But I don't have that number off the top of my head. Apologies.
Okay. Yeah, I'm supportive of doing this, at least on a temporary basis. And I do have some long-term concerns about how much money we're spending to rent space for the North Kitsap Recovery Resource Center in Poulsbo Village. I think they do great work. I know that was the space that was available at the time, but I think long-term, we might want to be thinking about giving that a more permanent home, not necessarily leasing space. And I'm imagining that this space is probably too small for their needs, but it has me thinking about, what other possible uses we could use that space for. But I'm certainly supportive of moving forward now. But I think I would like to have a little longer conversation just to confirm that we really aren't going to have an immediate need for that space, say in the next 3 to 5 years.
Mr. McVeigh brings up a very good point. And I thank you for doing so, Gary. Any other question? I have one before I call for the vote. Rhiannon, would you have any objection to a voice rather than a roll call vote on this?
I think the council decided they wanted to go left to right in the previous meeting.
Then we'll continue with a roll call. Mr. Eckert.
Well, move to authorize the mayor to sign the presented lease extension with the Cornerstone Baptist Church.
Second, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor,
Newell, aye.
Lipto, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Pro, aye.
Thank you, council. We're going to move on to item number 9D, resolution number 2026-06, authorizing aquatic lands enhancement account grant application. Jeff Osmond.
Thank you, Mayor. So council and mayor and community members, this resolution authorizes city staff and the mayor to apply for the ALEA grant, Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account. We need authorization to do so. It's been, the grant cycles are every 2 years, so I haven't come in front of you for 2 years. But the intent for this grant is to apply for up to $1 million for the boardwalk. It's specific to the boardwalk. I learned about this in February during the grant presentations for the Recreation Conservation Office. It is a 50% match. So if awarded, the city could choose to say, yes, we would like to have the full award, or if the funding was in question, we could ask for a lower amount of the award. But we're going to go for the full $1 million request for the boardwalk, a pending approval to apply.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other question of staff?
I have one
Not
question.
seeing any?
Just
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
want to know from Debbie, impact on administration. Is this, you'll keep your hair?
That's going every day. No. Yeah, Jeff does inform us and bring us into the picture. Every grant we get is more work, but yeah, he does bring that forward, and this is a very important project that we would greatly support.
It's more the federal grants that she pulls her hair out for than the state grants, record reflect. Any other question for staff?
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Please.
As I just showed the mayor, I took a little photo op this past weekend of myself, possibly dead, but I am here on the boardwalk hill. Very dramatically. Anyway, I'm going to make that motion because I will do a lot to preserve our boardwalk. I move to approve resolution number 2026-06, a resolution that authorizes the mayor to act as the authorized representative agent on behalf of our organization and to legally bind our organization with respect to the 26-1717 DEV waterfront boardwalk renovation project for which we seek grant funding assistance managed through the Recreation and Conservation Office.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Now, I dare say I'm going to call for the question. Mr. Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Noel, aye.
Lived all I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Crow eye.
And the motion passes, and we're on to item number 9E, resolution number 2026-07, authorizing Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program grant. And again, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So we're going to do this. It's just a twist. It's a different grant. This is a WWRP grant. This is the same permission that is needed to apply for the grant, but this is going to be used towards the up to the 2 properties that we purchased, the 1.2 acres and 1.2 acres at the Poulsbo Event and Recreation Center that we previously sought a waiver of a retroactivity. Since we already bought that, we had approval from the Recreation Conservation Office to apply retroactively towards that property price. So depending, and we have to make a decision because this grant is due at the end of this month on April 30th, we can apply for one of those properties, which is used as parking, as you know, or up to both of the properties. There's one that's unassigned. This grant, though, does have restrictions. I do want to make a case for. You can't build a building, for instance. So if we went for both pieces of property and we built an aquatic center or another building, you can't have indoor recreation space. So if we did go for both, it would restrict that other piece of property. And we're working with City Administrator Gelder and city staff to determine should we go for 1 or 2. It may be we go for 2 and we just decline one of them. And we're working with our grant manager. Regardless, we still need authorization to apply for the funding.
Very good. Any other question for Jeff? Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, as to that last piece you mentioned, how much of a difference is it for applying for 1 or 2, applying for 2 and declining 1? I mean, what's the distinction there?
Great, thank you. Great question. I didn't talk about the funding fees. I'm doing this from memory. I believe, and I'm side-eyeing finance wizard, Deb Boer. I believe we were around, what, 825 or 850-ish for both properties, so roughly over 400,000 for each parcel. My sense is if our grant manager with RCO is okay with it, and we've had some discussions, we'd apply for the full $850-ish thousand, and we can always say, you know what, council would like to only actually take one of these 2 pieces of property, so we don't restrict the other one.
Okay, but as far as the workload is of applying and then declining, like, is it make a significant difference?
No, same amount of workload.
Okay.
Any other question for Jeff? Mr. Matte?
I'd be happy to make a motion unless there are.
I'd be very
additional staff
happy for you
questions.
to do
Okay.
that.
Move to approve resolution number 2026-07, authorizing the mayor to act as the authorized representative / agent on behalf of our organization and to legally bind our organization with respect to the 26-1724 ACQ. Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center additional land acquisition project for which we seek grant funding assistance managed through the Recreation and Conservation Office.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to call for the question.
I have a
We
comment
have
before we do.
a discussion. Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it's not more work. I think getting money to reimburse us for what we spent on one of those properties is a worthwhile endeavor if we can do it. But we have pretty clearly stated we intend to use the second property for a phase 2, phase 3 building. So as long as we can back out of it later and we don't lock ourselves out of being able to do that, I support this. But if we're gonna do something that keeps us from being able to move into the additional phases of the perk, then I really, it's not worth getting the money from the state for that. Then that's a commitment we've already made to the city. So, fine if we can get the approval and then decline later, but we absolutely don't want to lock ourselves out of being able to use that second property.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, Mayor.
Mr. McDaniel.
Yeah, I just want to remind Jeff and Mayor and my colleagues that I've never been on board with phase 3 of the perk, the aquatic center. I would need a lot more education, research, discussion on that phase. Simply because of the cost, because we live in Washington, the limited swimming season, outdoor swim season there is. I'm just not, I'm not convinced on phase 3. So I didn't fully understand what Jeff was explaining in terms of, but just I'd like that on the record. And if that helps clarify which one of these we should go after, maybe that'll be helpful.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Actually, I mean, it's a question for Jeff. I guess I should have asked it before, but if this property would be subsequently transferred later to a park district, does a decision that we make on this grant bind the district later?
The land would be encumbered, yes.
Any other discussion? Not seeing any, I'm going to call for the question. Mr. Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor.
Noel, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Crow, aye.
Thank you, council. And we're going to proceed directly down to the workshop area. We're not going into recess. So stay with us, BCAP. And we continue to convene, and we're in the workshop agenda. Councilman Newell will be returning here momentarily. We're going to start the workshop with item 10A, Defense Logistics Agency 1033 surplus program, and the police chief and the new lieutenant will walk us through it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And Lieutenant Zeman is actually much more familiar with the logistics of this program. He's actually been on the site, has seen what is available, and he'll be able to speak to most of that. So I'll have him address the rest of this.
Okay, this is a program that's opened only to law enforcement, and it gives us access to the federal government's surplus program. The items that you can get through this program, some are not in good shape. Some of the items are brand new. They can range anywhere from military vehicles, electric vehicles, golf carts, boats, down to office supplies, furniture, that sort of thing, tools. Yeah, it was remarkable. The location that they have on Fort Lewis is just one of dozens across the United States, and it's incredible the size of it. It's probably 4 to 5 times the size of Poulsbo Walmart, and that's just the interior. The exterior portion is probably 3 times that size. It's on Fort Lewis. Now, one of the things we're not looking necessarily for is some big military vehicle. That's not something that Poulsbo really wants. What we're looking for is anything that can help us in our mission, and especially something like a new boat replacement, that sort of thing. I'd like to see us have maybe a couple of electric golf carts, something like that we can use for downtown patrols or special events. But the program is very competitive. There are a lot of law enforcement agencies that are in the program. So it's a completely online setup, and people are trolling that thing daily, and you have to get the best products. So one of the things that we're asking for is authorization to blanket authorization to look at this and put in for and obtain the items, and then come back to council and say, this is what we've got. This is what we came up with. And that's because of how competitive it is. There's just not the time to come 2 weeks later, that item's long gone. So that's basically what we're looking for. And also, if it's something that the council feels that isn't appropriate for Poulsbo, we can turn around and say, we decided we don't want it, and we can give it back.
You're referring, Sean, to the $400 membership fee, or is there other obligation?
There is the $400 one time a year membership fee, and this is all handled through the DNR, a division of DNR for Washington State. They are kind of the logistics part of it that helps us get access to this, and that program is, as a lot of things with DNR, is very underfunded. So they use that money to help keep their program going. So there is that one fee. And otherwise, the cost is nothing to get the item. Some of the items may have to be repaired if it was a vehicle or that's something like that. But there's certain items, like if we were to, not saying we probably wouldn't, but if we were to get something like a armored Humvee, which you could get through this program, those aren't yours. Those type of items are, you have to give back if you don't want it. And the reason for that is because they're military vehicles and they're armored. So that, but you do have to keep the upkeep on them, and that they come through once a year and do an inventory.
Before I call on Britt, just one question, maybe for actually Deb, that they have to bid and acquire instantly because it's first come, first serve. I'll put it that way. Is there a statutory limit by which they can operate under and with their budget to acquire capital items?
Well, it sounds like there is no cost to these items, so it would be within their budgetary authority.
No cost whatsoever, just the membership fee.
Just the membership paid to the state.
I think the only cost that they might have to take into account is if their budget is not built enough to support the maintenance, then they would need to address that, but.
Okay, that, I
Brett.
mean, I guess this helps clarify my question. I was going to ask, can you give me an idea of how much we'd be saving on bidding? I was assuming this was like an auction type of bidding, but you're saying the stuff here is free?
It's free.
Okay.
So one of the applications that is appealing to us is, it's a small budgetary item, but copy paper, pens, all of our office supplies, many of those we could get. The other things that we would be interested in are office furniture, chairs, those kind of things. Anything that would carry with it a maintenance requirement is something that we'd have conversations about. We realize that we would have to absorb any costs. And so those things would give careful consideration to.
Yeah, just to clarify. So basically this program, if you're in the military, in the Department of Defense, and you want to get rid of something and it is deemed to still have value, you're not allowed to throw it away. You have to turn it into this program and it's supposed to be reutilized. That's where this stuff is coming from. What I will say as a word of caution, and someone who has submitted many things into this system over 30 years, take the as is very much at heart. Because while you may get some very, very, very good quality things because someone was told to spend money and they got rid of stuff that was still very good because they had to spend money, often people are, they're holding on to stuff till the absolute last second because they don't have any money to replace it. And the quality of the things that are in there is pretty bad. Okay. So if you're getting something like paper, that's because an office closed. So yeah, I would just be cautious of what you get because there could be some significant maintenance or repair costs, but other than that,
Now, most of the vehicles they have a code. And most of the vehicles are in pretty bad shape. But one of the things that really surprised me, and I've never seen this before, is that there were dozens and dozens of snap-on tool chests, the big ones that cost $3,000, $3,500, full of tools, completely brand new that they had there, and it was incredible.
So I have Michael, followed by Doug Tabor, followed by Gary.
Lieutenant Zeman, this is just an opportunity to educate me on my role here. I sort of thought you guys come to us when you need money. So since you don't need money for this, can you just help me understand why council has a role in approving this?
Well, we felt it appropriate to give you guys a say so, and then after this is kind of a blanket, give us the opportunity to use that, and then we can come back and present to you what we've got from the program.
I guess I'm just wondering, is it up to us to say no to something, or should it be up to us to say no to something? I'm not a police officer, so why would I say no?
It is up to us. Yeah.
And there's community sensitive issues. There have been agencies in the state that have obtained equipment that the community became very concerned about, and we're trying to be sensitive to that. That's not our intent. We want some guardrails, certainly with finance and with Administrator Gelder. There will be input and some oversight and accountability in terms of things that we would try to obtain. I did want a submarine. I don't know if there is one, but I doubt that I'd be approved.
Can I just add I couldn't grab your eye.
Mr. Tabor.
I'm calling on Doug.
Well, it looks like Michael Fitzpatrick already beat you to it with his jacket. No, I'm kidding. So I was going to ask, originally I was going to ask about the condition, but that got covered. So now I just, can they be modified? So I'm thinking if we get a boat hull and we take out the engines because maybe they're shot and we put our engines on, but then we have to return it. Does that complicate things, or do you know?
Well, what happens is the only the items that have to be returned
Mhm.
are the military type items, like
Okay.
a military truck or an MRAP or something like that.
Okay.
Um,
Not like, yeah, not like the paper, not computers, not tools.
so most of the
Gotcha.
items are the other thing is it's they consider it non-controlled property, and that if it's something that's consumable or perishable, that they don't really keep track of. You can use that up, but all the other things like TVs or something of that nature, the Snap-on tool, if you got that, they expect you to have that for a year, and they will come out and check.
Okay.
After a year, you can do whatever you want to with it. If you want to send it to our surplus, you could do that after a year.
Sounds great. Thank you.
To answer your other question, though, about modifications, the agency I used to work for, we obtained a vehicle, and it was an armored transport vehicle. We painted it. We did all of the maintenance. We changed parts and modified it. And then when it reached its end of use for our agency, through the process and with all the paperwork, we just gave it back as it was. We didn't have to return it to its original condition. We just gave it to them as it was at that time.
Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand your need and appreciate you coming to us because of the speed at which what this program operates at. I'm comfortable, if you will, giving up our authority temporarily. So long as I know that there's been consultation with the mayor and city administrator Gelder, pardon me. I'd be comfortable with that. I do appreciate knowing that we can return some of the military items if need be. I don't know if anybody used to watch the police show Hill Street Blues. Been rewatching that show, and there's always tension between Lieutenant Howard Hunter and his desire for military equipment on the streets, and Captain Furillo, who did not think it was an appropriate use of military vehicles on city streets within urban populations. So I appreciate your sensitivity. I think those issues are real. We do need to be cognizant of them. But at this point, I don't see any reason not to move forward with this. It sounds like there could be some good opportunities.
Pam?
It sounds like a great opportunity. I was curious as to the staff time, whose eyes are going to be on these opportunities to snatch up items, and then the training. I mean, obviously, there are some folks that know, it's like, oh, this is paper, we need paper, or a vehicle, or some very sensitive equipment. So who's going to be putting in the time and having eyes on stuff like that, or is it going to be delegated?
Well, that would be myself and Sergeant Hausberg.
Okay, another question is that it sounds like this opens up nationally for people. It's like can you share again how it looks?
So the website you go to, it has a listing of probably 24 locations around the country.
Okay.
And you have a choice of picking one location or the entire country, and it's open. Anybody who's in the program, there could be somebody from Maine who decides they want something from over here in Washington, but you have to pay to get it, and you
Okay.
have to go to that location. Now, we would only be looking at going to Fort Lewis, anything that they have, because it just wouldn't be worth our time
Right.
to go to, 1,000 miles away to another location.
This is so interesting. I'm intrigued, but I in the interest of time, I don't want to hold this up. So I'm also curious about the it opens up. You have can you do alerts? Can you flag stuff, or it's like what's presented is what is presented? The submarine pops up, and you get that alert.
Well,
how does it work?
It's like anything with the federal government. It's very convoluted, and it can be hard to try and locate things. Sometimes it's almost better to take your clipboard and go over to the location and write down, see something that you want, write it down, and then put in for it. Versus it can be difficult to look online. they list everything under the sun, even stuff they don't operate there. They actually have nuclear reactors listed on there and space vehicles listed on there. But those aren't going to be something they offer there.
I think the chief is literally interested in seeing what emerges from this program, like surfaces. Brett?
Kind of a facetious question. Has anyone asked the mechanic shop how they feel about this? I feel like they might be on the line for fixing things.
We contract all of our mechanical.
They don't do your stuff.
No.
Oh, see, I learned something. Good. They can't complain then. I'm fine with this.
So my question for the council, business agenda or consent agenda?
I think it's consent.
Consent.
Okay, we're going to move
Okay.
this to consent
I'm just
agenda.
gonna- You
then,
beat me
gentlemen.
to it, but I'm going to follow up with congratulations, Lieutenant Zeman.
Oh, of
thank you.
course. That's right, Lieutenant. Mhm. Thank you very
Council.
much.
Thank you very much.
So Chief, it sounds like no anti-aircraft weaponry will be approved.
They don't offer weapons.
This is an irrepressible group, Chief. We're going to move on to 10B on the workshop agenda, special events review. And this will be our new event coordinator and our parks director. And welcome again to the city of Poulsbo, Emily. We love having you here.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and I'm very happy to see so many of our event owners for our May events in the crowd as well. We have 6 special events to go through for May with you, so hopefully this is an exciting update for all of our, we have 2 festivals.
Emily, you might
Yes.
pull your microphone a little bit closer.
Oh, thank you. Is that better? There we are. Cooking with gas now. All right. I'll just start. We're going to go straight through May. We have the Garden Club plant sale. It's an annual event. It's going to take place on May 2nd at Robb Park. It's a 4-hour plant sale, and they will utilize the pavilion as well as have some tents set up in the park. They are expecting about 400 attendees and about 45 volunteers. Repeat event. Next, we're going to move into.
Emily, what time would that garden club sale?
Sure, it runs from 9 a.m. or the start time is around 9 and they'll be cleaned up by 2.
Thank you.
No problem. Next, we're going to go through the Viking Fest Road Race. This is Saturday, May 16th. This is the 49th year of this event. We have a 1 mile, a 5K, and also virtual race options this year. They will be setting up at Lions Park around 7 a.m. and that will be for packet pickup as well as the starting line. And they will run from Lions Park. The 1 mile will turn onto Fjord and head down to Front Street, while the 5 mile will head down towards Lamolo and loop back and finish as well on Front Street. Let's see, police will be managing the road closures in that area, and Public Works will be adding portable toilets to the existing facilities at Lions Park to support the crowd there for this event. Next is our big event, Viking Fest. And this will run from Friday, May 15th through Sunday, the 17th, with setup starting on Wednesday, the 13th, around 1 p.m. We will have Paradise Amusements heading into town starting on Monday, the 11th, and they will be staging in the lower lot of the Parks and Rec Center, similar to last year. This is our annual Viking Fest weekend, amusement rides, vendors, a parade, a dance party. Street closures will occur along First Avenue and also with parking lot closures for the St. Olaf lot for rides. As I mentioned, Parks and Rec for the Carnival vendor staging area and Anderson Parkway as usual for events and vendors. And they have a long list of schedule for the weekends. I've included it in your packet and it's available on their website.
So 2 questions immediately come to mind. I see Kathy sitting in the audience. We've had issues in the past with closure in the Waterfront Parkway to accommodate facilities, I'll call it, in front of businesses that feel they're impacted. Jeff, do you feel we've adequately worked through that? And B, to get it out of the way, are we taking stalls away from paid parking revenue model? And have you thought of that?
Parking is my second favorite topic, and I'm happy to talk about it. So first, to your question, city met with Viking Fest president and executive director and a couple other board members to walk through their applications. Everybody's at the same time. We can figure this out. And what we have agreed on and have clarity on, and I'm looking at Kathy just to make sure, and a vice president as well over there, that they are notifying businesses through HDPA and Chamber of Commerce. So there's electronic notifications going out, but there's also going to be hand-delivered flyers talking about notifications. I'm seeing thumbs up. And businesses that have concerns in the past, because for whatever reason they may have missed people are busy. They're going to give a little bit of extra special attention to those businesses. And we're also working with them on notifying residents for the parade closure, because again, you can't drive down. You're not supposed to drive down there when that's happening. So that communication's going out. There's more details that I don't want to get into, but we're very close to also working with, I think the one I will mention because it is important, is the new, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the building that has an underground parking lot. Eliason, and working with our wonderful police department to make sure that there's still a way for residents to access that but not end up on the street. So there's a lot of interested parties, notification, and Viking Fest is taking it on to notify everyone. Does that sound right, Kathy? I can't see you, but you're hopefully, yeah, you're nodding? Okay, yes.
So then the larger question in my mind, now that we've approved parking slots on the weekends at $3 a slot, and it's for 8 hours or whatever it is, 24. So if we're giving away, say, a stretch of 7, and you do the math over a weekend, that's considerable revenue. Have we accommodated that thought yet in allowing?
So, and we are here in front of council for 2 other things. I'm going to jump in on this one. Emily highlighted it for me to talk about. 2 requests from the Viking Fest organizers. I'm going to leave parking as a second request. The first is the street dance approval for the noise ordinance. That's been they come every year and ask for street ordinance. Sorry. Okay, everybody's talking to me, but for approval to go past 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the street dance. So staff are presenting that because you've heard it more than once, so it's not new. So we figure we just incorporate this in our structure. The second one, in deep conversation with Viking Fest as well as our city administration team and planning team, is a proposal because there's King Olaf's closed and Anderson's Parkway's closed. We have this paid parking. Is to make this really simple and treat it how we have the city's done it every year, and just have a parking holiday during that time frame for Viking Fest. What that means is that there would be no enforcement. So because folks, if we didn't do paid parking, right, we just go back up to the year before and the year before and the year before. The community knows that Anderson Parkway is completely busy and closed. They know King Olaf is closed. Employees adjust, residents adjust. And as opposed to enforcing all that, the request is to do a parking holiday for this year's Viking Fest. And seeing how that goes, feedback can go forth about how that may change in future years. So those are the 2 requests, noise ordinance and a parking holiday while Viking Fest is in place.
A parking holiday meaning?
Parking holiday meaning that parking is not, I'm going to actually punt this to Rob real quick, make sure I get it correct. It's not enforced for ticketing.
Correct.
Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm fine with the extension of the noise ordinance for the street dance till 11 p.m. So my question on the temporary parking holiday, I guess, I would support it for this year, but I would hope by this time next year or before, we might sort of take a more comprehensive look at the whole parking issue for Viking Fest. Whether we need to continue doing the parking holiday, the mayor is correct in terms of a revenue impact. But I'm not prepared to try to do that this year. So, but my question on temporary parking, if we don't enforce that day, what happens with employee parking on that weekend? We need to make sure that our employees, downtown employees have a place to park during Viking Fest. So are we, I guess I wouldn't want to be advertising that we're not enforcing. We might even want to have layouts come through the employee lots at least a couple of times. Rob, can you address that for us?
Heather or Rob?
No, I think that's a good point.
I can speak to a few of those things as well. We do plan on coming to you all to speak about how we will manage special events and if there will be a fee for the use of the spaces where paid parking is in effect. The paid parking system will not be in effect at the time of Viking Fest this year, so we knew this was something that we would need to address at a future meeting with council. We did talk at our last meeting about suspending enforcement during this time because we've never had time limits for parking during that event because so much of the roads and the parking is closed off. At this time, there would not be designated employee parking, nor would there be payment into the employee parking system at the time of Viking Fest. So that the proposal would be as it was last year, the King Olaf lot would not be accessible for anyone, including employees, which is consistent with previous years.
So would the gravel lot next to the post office still be available for employees? Would some of the Gateway Church, would some of the other areas where we're allowing employees to park, would those be available?
That's correct. They would be.
Okay, so it'd only be that, I'll call it Little King Olaf area that would really be impacted for employees. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification. I can live with this.
Anyone else? Pam?
So with the other lots being available for employees, Viking Fest, people park everywhere. The library parking lot is overtaken when Viking Fest occurs. So it's just a comment to hear voices when concerns arise. I think there might be some frustration. I think the employee parking lot will probably, be overtaken. And I'm just concerned about that because I'm just going to say it, put signs out in reference to my other hat on, and people will park and they get out of their car and they're walking down here to enjoy the festivities. And yeah, so I just saying if we can capture, I know it's an event that is, celebrated, well received. It's great for our community. I don't want it to be a yearly angst for our businesses and our employees. So we might have to come up with some more, some solutions in the future.
I just want to note, and I'll call on Britt and Rick. I'm already receiving requests. I forwarded it to Rob, private business and landowners who want to parcel out their lawns and gravel and charge, right? So there's that too. Britt?
I mean, I'm not insensitive to how hard these big festival weekends are, but I do just want to give a little reality check that in every previous year, employees have been absolutely on their own. They will have to just figure it out like everybody else. So, nothing's really different substantively. I mean, if we're going to create so many barriers to this, at some point, we're making it kind of an inhospitable environment to continue doing this festival.
But once we start charging for employee, I know it's only $10 a month.
That's a
There's going to
bigger
be an
question, though.
expectation that there's a spot for them.
So we have Rick and then Doug Tabor.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that most of this is not going to be implemented before this year's Viking Fest. So we have time to figure it out by next year. And to Britt's point, yeah, this is essentially, this year is just going to be like every other year of Viking Fest for decades to the past. I watch and I'm part of a steady stream of people walking down Hostmark to go to Viking Fest every year because people are parking up at the school and then they don't want to wait for the shuttle or they're parking at the churches and they just walk. And so it's an all city type thing. I do want to get back to the point you made about like our residents that live down and when the roads are closed. I mean, part of it is we're not going to be able to enforce it anyway because most of the roads are going to be closed. So enforcement can't get down there. But thank you for looking into those that actually have to get down there for residents. I'm part of the 4th of July parade in Kingston, and we had a car drive out into the parade last year who didn't want to wait for the parade to commence and just drive down the street when it was closed. So luckily it was before the parade. They ended up being the lead off instead of us. But, it's definitely a consideration. And when somebody's frustrated and wants to get down there and the road race has already happened, and yeah, we have to be conscious of the fact that we have more people living there. So thank you for looking into that. And it's going to be more of an issue probably every year as we go into the future. So thank you.
I don't think Vikings had parking, so I think we just don't let anyone park anywhere downtown. Everyone just walk all day, every day on Viking Fest. That's all.
Jeff. So what staff are hearing and what is being proposed by Viking Fest organizers in collaboration with staff is this year's parking is just like every other year. And going forth after Viking Fest, staff will work with event organizers and get council input because there's a new parking's changing. So that's it's just for this year for the parking holiday, TBD for future years.
And I think to be fair, it needs to be a special event policy, not just a Viking Fest policy, so that we don't look like we're giving them one consideration and other events are different.
Correct. And that's what Heather was mentioning is taking a look at special events. And we already took without getting into the weeds, we took a look at all the special events and who uses parking stalls so we can understand the impact. And we have that data from 2025.
Business or consent agenda? Consent. Yeah. Oh, there's no
You
action.
need a vote on
required
the
by-
variance for the noise.
Oh, actually, you're right. We do need a vote on the, we'll have to move it to consent for the approval for the noise ordinance, the variance, and approval for the parking holiday for this year.
I would say consent.
Emily, continue.
And there is a shuttle that they're managing from the high school. And I believe they are also working on a non-city use agreement with Poulsbo Village for extra parking as well. So close-ish enough to offer more options. All right. Our next event is the VFW Memorial Day celebration on Monday, the 25th. This will be held down at Muriel Iverson Williams Park and also Liberty Bay. They will be having amplified sound. Their setup will start around 11 a.m. on Memorial Day, and the start time of the event will be around 12, and it's expected to last less than an hour or around an hour.
And prior to that at 10 at American Legion Park, not a special event, but American Legion will be having their event. So you can go to American Legion at 10 and then walk down the street to Waterfront for VFW.
At noon.
Noon.
At noon. The North Kitsap High School Band will perform. There will be a couple of guest speakers and a 21 gun salute.
Or as close as we can manage.
There we go. And also there will be a wreath placed in the bay. Annual event. Our fifth event is going to be held on Thursday, the 28th. This is hosted by Sons of Norway is hosting a multi-state convention where they have lodges from as far away as Alaska and Oregon and Idaho coming here for a convention for the day. And they will be ending their convention with a bonfire. This is not necessarily a public hosted event. The park will not be closed, so if public wants to witness, they are welcome. They're expecting about 100 attendees and as well as about 10 safety volunteers at the fire pit down on the waterfront. And our last event is another festival that you've already heard about before, the Liberty Bay Festival, hosted by the Poulsbo Historical Society and Port of Poulsbo. This will be occurring the last weekend in May 29th through 31st. They will start set up down in part of the waterfront parking lot on Friday the 29th. The Virginia Five will be in town all week. Is that right, Linda? Thank you. She will be at the marina all week, and they have a sunset cruise planned on Saturday night. There will be they have a tentative pop-up ferry schedule that was included in your packets as well, that has a ferry schedule between Bremerton and Poulsbo on a loop. There will be a boat parade on Friday evening and vendor booths throughout the waterfront park, as well as food trucks. They're going to have a touch a boat experience, it'll impact part of Anderson parking lot right outside Longship Marine. And musical performances at the gazebo, some family activities with Sea Discovery Center, and they will be adding in temporary toilets, extra dumpsters, and are also looking into a shuttle service. Is that? Yes, it's done. Okay, a shuttle service as well to alleviate parking congestion.
So just a point on the May 28th, there's the bonfire, but surrounding that and starting early is a multi-district Sons of Norway conference. There's going to be dozens, probably hundreds of people here all day long. There's going to be all the resultant.
No, that's not. I mean,
No,
you can
it's in their lodge that they're hosting the meeting.
It's all enclosed until the bonfire.
Exactly.
The conference itself is actually in Bremerton. They're going to be busing them up for a visit here for a
Busing.
couple hours. Yes.
That helps.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Question, on the Liberty Bay Festival, do we envision the need to close any parking lots for that event? Have they requested any closures?
There's a partial closure of the Anderson lot right outside Longship Marine.
Okay. Just
For,
kind of a small area.
It's a small area for a touch a boat experience and also to set up porta potties and dumpsters.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
Any questions?
Anything else?
The time of the bonfire, it says time requested 11 a.m.
They will be setting up a tent earlier in the day, and then the bonfire will not occur until 6 p.m.
Thank you.
So the use of the park extends longer than their actual event time.
You can see there's there's new events, but they're following the guidance of not loving the park to death and still having structure where there's 3 days of rest as well.
Sounds like a fun spring in Poulsbo. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Emily, and we appreciate your job and what you're doing. We're on the agenda to Lodging Tax Advisory Committee Resolution discussion. We have Jeff Osmick, and I'll note we have the chair of the Lodging Tax with us, Gary McVeigh.
I'm going to lead off, and this will be, this is a discussion, so please settle in. So what's in front of you right now is a proposal for council discussion, and the end result that staff are looking for is council direction on next steps. And that discussion is related to a resolution to provide direction for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. The Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, many jurisdictions have them. They all encounter different challenges. New people come on, new funding requests come on. A little bit of context, this last year in 2025, there were $1 million in requests. Some requests were overlapping as well, and this is not unusual to see in other jurisdictions. And the city had approximately $360,000 in expected revenue from lodging tax for the 2025 year. What's in front of you is just a structure for discussion. And it was right in front of me. Here it is. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. RCW is not changing what lodging tax is meant to be used for, but I will briefly sum, in case you haven't read it. Lodging tax, as directed by RCW, is meant for tourism marketing. It's meant for marketing and operations of special events and festivals to attract tourists, ideally from over 50 miles away, This is why we don't apply for it for the summer concert series, because that's meant for the community, locals. It is also meant to support operations, and this is important, capital expenditures for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by municipalities, so government, because it doesn't just go away. It's owned by the people, or public facilities districts. And the last part is supporting the operations of tourism facilities owned or operated by nonprofits. And so Chamber of Commerce is a great example, Poulsbo Historical Society, there's a variety of these. So this resolution, the goal is to have some direction from council that staff can then go back to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee and say, here's how council would like to use the funding that comes in year after year for the foreseeable future, because requests are getting higher and higher. And I will walk through all four, and then I'll open up for questions. In order of priority, capital debt service for city-owned tourism facilities. So this is fascinating. Lodging tax can go out to debt. I wasn't aware of this until recently from Financial Wizard, Finance Director. Deb. It is the same thing. But think of this here. We have the perk that's a $17 million project. We have a boardwalk that's over $2 million. Both are centric to tourism, the Poulsbo, that people come and visit. What this is it's a potential, if there is a future project that council identifies and needs a funding slice, you can go out to debt and pay that obligation over X amount of years. And this resolution means that's the first thing that has to be funded is a debt obligation. But it is an arrow in the quiver for council for future capital tourist infrastructure projects. It hasn't been used to my knowledge. Hasn't been used here?
For capital?
For capital?
No, it has not.
No. There are other jurisdictions. It was brought to my attention, and this is not just coming from staff. There's multiple staff have weighed in on this. There's jurisdictions that only do that. That was surprising. They only focus on tourist infrastructure. They don't do anything else. I'm not giving any guidance on this. I'm providing knowledge. The second, after capital financing, paying off debt obligations, then it would go to funding a special event coordinator. The special event coordinator sustains over 50 events in the city, focuses on building connections and economic revenue and tourism. It's an essential service, especially based on how many events Poulsbo has. But Poulsbo is not unique in having this position, and a common thing is lodging tax members will change over and say, well, why is the city paying for this person? Can it just be done by volunteers? No, I'll just be frank, it can't be. There's too much work involved. As you just saw from this upcoming month, the level of service, and there's still a lot of work to try to simplify the special event process. That alone is a very large project. So this establishes a funding priority for this position and funding that position and the training that's required for it. The third would then proposal to offset the costs for providing police and public works services. Costs are going up. Right now, we have been guiding applicants who do special events, who do road closures, who need police and public works services, because that's a pretty large hit, to say, if you bring in tourists, you should apply the lodging tax. Example of this, just because we were just talking about it, is Viking Fest. They applied and are awarded. So because that is the largest, the city, quadruples in size during Viking Fest with how many people come? But that's $35,000 that right now, without lodging tax, repaying it is $35,000 in police and public works services. And that's not the full amount, by the way. That's 2/3 of the full amount. That is coming out of taxpayer funding otherwise, when they should be doing other services. So why should taxpayers be subsidizing this? That's the cost recovery discussion that came up last year when council provided direction. But this would establish a funding mechanism through lodging tax saying in priority levels, we want to do debt, we want to make sure we have the full-time position, and we want to have set aside X amount of money for events that have road closures or police or public works services. That structure could be determined. It just means funding priority. And then the last, Poulsbo, what makes Poulsbo great is people bring really interesting, great community events here. There's Liberty Bay Books has a fantastic event. We have parades. We have the high school marching band that comes down for homecoming. We have Liberty Bay Festival. We have endless Viking Fest, or not Viking Fest, but Sons of Norway festivals. There's interesting things happening. Pets Walk all the time. And so that's just the event side. There's also the marketing side, working with Visit Kitsap, Love Kitsap, or other types of Gary, I got to look at you. There's a name for these organizations. I'm blanking on it. Oh, Destination Marketing Organ, DMOs.
Yeah, Destination Marketing Organ.
Thank you, Councilmember Levy. There is ways to use that funding towards advertising and promoting Poulsbo, and it's important that there's a set amount of funding available, but not an extreme in either regard. Not an extreme towards debt, and not an extreme towards all the money goes towards maps, for instance. So this proposal is in front of you to provide some guidance based on a resolution that can provide direction to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. With that, I actually, Mayor, I was going to hand it over to Councilmember McVeigh to pipe in, please.
Yeah, a few comments that may be helpful. This would be a change from how we've conducted lodging tax, the committee, and the decision-making process from the past. And I think there's a few things driving it. One is the fact that the PERC is coming on board. The PERC, one of the reasons that the Kitsap Public Facilities District provided a significant share of the funding for the PERC is because it is intended to draw tourists to the area, particularly athletic tourism, soccer tournaments, etc. We will be working hard to program that facility and so forth in upcoming years. So that was kind of one of the things that's occurring. I would say to Jeff's earlier point, the amount of requests we're receiving has continued to grow significantly. Over $1 million in requests the committee received last year. And we had about a little over $300,000 to award. It was there were difficult decisions, and they will continue to be so. And I think that what I've seen, at least my first year through lodging tax, is we do get a lot of those requests are for similar things. For instance, it's not unusual to have several different organizations ask us for money for social media marketing, for videos that they can use on the internet, and so forth. And frankly, there's not a lot of coordination among those. It's basically when we put out the call for proposals, you get a lot of different diverse proposals. That's a good thing sometimes. Sometimes it's a challenge because you see a lot of people coming forward proposing to do essentially the same thing in many respects or similar things. So I think the feeling among, as I've talked with Jeff and with Rob and Deb and others, is it would be helpful for our lodging tax committee, who has to weigh in on these decisions and make them, to kind of give them, if you will, a heads up, some guiding principles for how we want those funds to be used. Okay. So that's the upside of it. The downside of it, I think, potentially, is going to be there's going to be less money available for community grants, most likely, depending on what sort of capital facilities that we might want to dedicate debt service to, or and so forth. There was some pressure last year, to be candid with you, about the funding of the special events coordinator position. There were some of the committee members who felt that the city should be paying all of that, and all those funds should be available for community grants. I personally don't believe that's appropriate. I see real value in the special events coordinator position, in helping us provide some sort of coordination in all of these events and helping the events with marketing and so forth. And I think the addition of the Placer AI software we're using that now gives us metrics that helps us determine which of these events are successful, which of them are actually bringing people in from downtown. Emily's position helps provide a lot of support for those metrics, that data. The other potential downside, and I'm being real candid with you here tonight, just because I know we want to move through this, is that it could make it more difficult to attract lodging tax members, committee members, if there's a feeling that there isn't a whole lot of role for them in making these decisions. Okay. So I have some nervousness about that. And I've shared that with Jeff and Rob and Deb. So I think how we need to do some education and communication with our lodging tax members on the benefits of doing this, providing some more feedback and input on how the city believes some of these funds should be used. And I think we can make a really strong case for how we think some of these funds should be used to benefit the city and our community. But I'm just, I see we're going to have to be kind of monitor that and be careful because our committee members, I think, could have less of a voice now in the process going forward. And so I think I want to be mindful of that and just be realistic with you about that. So, Britt?
Yeah, I'm going to be really straightforward. I am very leery of this. I started out on the LTAC committee. I think this completely undermines what the RCW says what you have to do to even have a committee. It completely dictates it. I mean, the members are comprised of people who collect the tax, and that's how I qualified to sit on the committee, and people who benefit from the tax. This is the people's funds. And I have felt increasingly that it has been chipped away at in becoming just kind of part of the funds the city uses to support its own ends. And I agree that we need a special event coordinator. I think that role is important. I do not always think that the job that person performs qualifies strictly under the LTAC law of putting heads in beds. Everybody else, all the other organizations that apply, are held to extremely high standards. I mean, even the HDPA can't apply for LTAC grant money to put up flowers and beautify in the interest of marketing our downtown. So it's become really frustrating to me that we're just sort of, feels like we're trying to claw away at it. And the amounts of money that we have to dole out, as you've pointed out, they requested over $1 million and we had 300 some odd thousand. Little bits of money can make a huge difference to these organizations who are trying to get things up and running. I mean, we have so many great organizations trying to do things that are a heavy lift for them. And we've been able to help get them off the ground. And I'm just afraid that we're chipping away at that, and it's going to upset people, and rightfully so. And honestly, the reason people are coming to visit Poulsbo in droves is because of the marketers. It's because we have compelling events and creative people willing to do the work to put them on. It's not because we have all the best capital facilities. So I don't know. I really want to take a much closer look at this.
Thank you, Britt. Rick?
Yeah, absolutely appreciate your point. I do, and I appreciate the fact that we do need better coordination. I saw that last year. Like you said, there's a lot of groups that maybe overlap. Maybe it's hard to see what the benefit is. I think some of what city administrator is already working on as far as marketing and brand for the city may help alleviate a little bit of that, but it's hard to say. We don't know yet. Yeah, I absolutely think supporting the special events coordinator is important. I think, as you said, a lot of what brings people here is the things that position is already coordinating. So it's hard to say, how much is that, how much is other stuff, because while we can bring data, it's like, yeah, sure. Would the person, are they here and only staying because of the event? How much other shopping are they doing, visiting? It gets tricky. And so I don't know that there's a definite line between the two. If it's an LTAC support or if it's a city otherwise support. But I definitely want to keep that with that position. I have a quick question and then one other point. The one about cost recovery as a priority when it comes to police and public works, could we limit that to nonprofit events only? Could that be part of the resolution? I know we've talked about that in the past, that if we got an event that's a cost event, a group that's coming into and making an event to raise money, who is a profit event, do we want to treat them the same as a nonprofit? So I don't know if that's something that could be worked in or not. You don't have to answer now if you need to work on that, but I think that would be an important distinction in the funds, because I forget which event, Gary, you brought up before that comes in. I think it's a race of some kind.
It's an orca running event. And at least the quick math would tell you they're making potentially tens of thousands of dollars on that event.
Profit doesn't mean they're not making money, all right?
Right, but if
They are
they're
for-profit
specifically here to make money, I would be less inclined to want to give them a benefit the others. And then the last thing I'll just mention is, I still very much want to try to get the downtown designated as a creative district. I've laid off it because we've had so many other things going on, but I strongly believe that the special event coordinator position, the LTAC committee, HTPA, the events we're doing down, all of this ties together, and this creative district just adds to that and would be another way to tie into this, supporting the position. One of the requirements, the main requirement of why I haven't brought this to council yet, why it hasn't moved forward, why the previous mayor had said, please wait, is you have to identify somebody to run your district. And it could be a volunteer, and there are cities who have volunteers doing it and have been successful. There are also cities who had volunteers start it and it's been taken over by the city because it was successful. So to me, it falls most in line with the special event coordinator already. That's not my decision. That's the executives, but that's where I would recommend. But I see these efforts as being at least collaborative. And so, I'd like that to be a part of the discussion.
Michael, and then I'd like to weigh in too.
Thanks, Jeff, and thanks, Gary, for sharing your perspective. I'm probably at the moment in the same place that Britt is. I had to campaign against one of the co-founders of the Poulsbo Film Festival, and I think those kinds of initiatives are what really make us distinct. And without that seed money, those kinds of really fun ideas just can't get off the ground. I'm most sympathetic to item 3 on your list, Jeff. I do understand the problems that we're creating for the city by not having a good cost recovery program. So, I'd be willing to support maybe that at the top of the list. I don't like the idea of the LTAC becoming a source for capital projects. To me, that would make it very hard to imagine we're going to be sponsoring a lot of community action after that. And then I'm kind of neutral on the special events coordinator. We have a lot of funding sources, so potentially there might be other ways we can partially or fully fund that position. So I'm neutral there, but I really would like to see where the community has enough money for those good ideas to continue to make this place what it is.
So having spent considerable time like Brett on the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee in various capacities, and just to illustrate, when the events coordinator happened, I worked with the committee to make sure the city was matching it nominally with $10,000. The feeling was the city should have some skin in the game, right? This is kind of the community's money. But on the other hand, we worked real hard on scoring criteria to try and wean off of full funding support some of the more mature events, so newer events could get started. Otherwise, it begins to become an entitlement inadvertently. So I also want to acknowledge that. And finally, I want to step real back as your mayor for a moment and caution the council on one. We're doing a lot of one-offs, and these can be justified. But if you take the totality of the B&O and the parking and this proposal, it looks or could be construed as the city getting aggressive with revenue. So I would ask you to keep in mind the totality of what we're doing instead of the individual pieces as one-offs. Who else wants to comment? Gary.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm wondering if staff, be it Rob, Jeff, or Deb, want to comment on the appropriateness. Britt seemed to raise some questions whether it was appropriate under the RCW to do some of the things that we're proposing here. And our discussion, my discussion with you, we were quite confident that this is permitted should we choose to do it under the RCW. So any sort of clarity or amplification any of you want to provide there, I think that would be helpful.
Sure. I mean, all of these proposed uses are allowed by RCW. We are not, anything that's part of this resolution isn't something that's already being done by another jurisdiction. And it's quite common for a jurisdiction to actually sort of, they're the legislative body to set the framework and the priorities areas for investing these funds. So that's really the proposal before you for consideration was, here's an idea that knowing we have these needs in the community, we have these capital needs that are there. It is a source of funding that can be used as debt service for a bond to make those happen. Is that something that you want to consider? It doesn't mean that it happens. It just means that if the proposal came forward, it would be open for consideration by the LTAC committee. But it's totally allowed.
Back to staff, Jeff.
I'll just pipe in as well. This is sharing with council the options. As you're the governing body, you control the purse strings. You also appoint the advisory body, which is the lodging tax committee, that needs guidance because pressures are on, and people switch out. So having guidance from council saying, "Here's how we'd like you to proceed." I'm making this up on the spot, but let's say there's 100,000. We'd like 70 of that to go to community grants, or before anything, we want to make sure we're funding these things, and then the remaining balance we want you to prioritize these other initiatives. The goal is to make you aware that there are opportunities to provide guidance to lodging tax, which will save time and add clarity of how they can make their decisions. That doesn't change how they make their decisions.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Gary.
It sounds to me like we need to have some more time to talk about this. So I'm just wondering, Jeff, you're the master LTAC calendar keeper. Can we bring this back to either another workshop or a business agenda for further discussion and ultimately some action? Do we have time to do that?
I have a quick question for clarity. Has the committee itself outside of staff or council asked for this guidance?
It's a reverse procedure on this one. So talking to the council first to figure out what guidance you'd like to provide the committee, then the committee would weigh in.
Yeah, okay. I don't think it's the council's role to tell the committee how to do what it is set out to do. We are the.
It is the council's role as the fiduciary. This is a revenue stream that comes into the city.
And we get the ultimate vote on it.
Council has the opportunity to set that framework for the committee.
I feel like we're cutting them off at the knees, but.
Doug Norm.
Yeah, so if you're looking for a decision, I can make decisions. Number 4, focus on it.
So to answer Gary's question, staff are bringing this up to have some understanding of what council would like to do and can come back for discussion. There's no decisions being made except for what would council like to do going forth. And what we're hearing is come back and potentially bring in lodging tax and get their input as well.
In the interest of time, and I'm sorry if I'm tired at this standpoint, quite often in workshop, we provide direction. I've heard several of us say continue with the community grants process to try to do seed money, some of the other terms in this standpoint. I haven't heard somebody say, let's use this as capital debt service. I haven't heard it say really offset the providing police and public works. So I guess, you know, in the interest of saving our future agenda.
Yeah, Doug, I appreciate the lateness of the hour. I'm tired too, but I will tell you that if we don't give some priority to the police and public works offset, Viking Fest will not exist. Okay, that's just the reality. I have heard support here for the special events coordinator position. I think it would be a huge mistake in the interest of the hour to just jettison that. So I'm going to suggest we bring this back. It can either be on workshop or business for some further discussion and try to reach a decision, because I think it would be helpful for the committee. To your point, Britt, they haven't specifically asked for this, but they do ask, how much money do we have to give away? What should our priorities be? And we're just trying to provide some additional guidance.
I think we should bring it back.
And I personally would like to hear a little bit more of the community's voice in this. I mean, what do some of the stakeholders in the LTAC who administer or who are paying the tax and who receive the benefit of LTAC, what's their perspective?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and I think we could probably arrange that.
Is that enough guidance, Gary and Jeff?
Yeah, my only ask is we tee it up differently, because I'm afraid we're just getting into the same discussion. So providing some insights, maybe structure on types of events, or somehow change the ask of the question so that we can get to a richer, better answer, please.
Staff can tee that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on in the agenda, 10D, Klingel Property Development, and Heather is going to help us with this.
Good evening, Council. I do have a presentation, but I'm going to try to just break it down to really bite-sized pieces. We own a piece of property. It's about 8 acres in size. It's within a mile walking distance of downtown. It's highly encumbered with critical areas. We decided in 2020 that we wanted to allocate this property and the property that Nordic Cottages is currently built on, based on a recommendation of the Affordable Housing Task Force, to 80% and below AMI. And what I'm asking you tonight is if you'd also like to open up this property potentially for workforce housing based on the council's Blue Ribbon Commission. So that is it in a nutshell. If you'd like, I can dive into the presentation, which mostly is included in your packet, which goes over the site's location, critical areas. There is some history to the site. So if you'd like that, I can proceed. But I just wanted to just put us all in a place, a common understanding of what we're asking for tonight.
The only thing I need is, where are we? Can you help orient me here?
A couple of blocks north of where you live.
Okay.
So the Klingel property is where you can see the previous building site with the blue dot. That's where the historic farmstead. I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't realize you had this up, so I didn't know they were looking at something.
No.
Mike, do you want to orient them? Because I have a separate.
I'll take care of it. So the Klingel property is located up by Kiwanis Park and up in the Torval Canyon area. So this is the Torval Canyon development. And this is the end of 2nd Avenue right there, cul-de-sac and the driveway to it.
Doug Newell.
Yeah, just for clarity, we've been hearing some concepts of what the Blue Ribbon Commission is. My impression was its focus was going to be on lower priced housing for sale so somebody could own it.
That's correct.
So if this is, I'm getting there, Brett, because this is my confusion, is if this is city-owned property, is this something we would be looking to subdivide and sell, or how does this relate? Is this workforce housing? Who would own it? I guess is.
Let me try a swing at this. The Blue Ribbon Commission, the ideal is that we're going to have a model that can be replicated in the private sector on private land by private developers that addresses workforce housing by scale, by shrinking scale effectively. This is an option to have a piece on the table right away that could serve as a model. We're also going to have Bainbridge, what are they called, Phaedra's group?
The Housing Resources Board.
Housing Resources is going to have a seat at the, and they do land banking, where you can put a structure on property, but the property itself is retained in the public interest. So we're going to be developing and discussing all those variations and models without presuming an outcome yet. This is just another option. It may not even come to play.
I guess, Mayor, I'd like to understand a little bit better of the concept of who owns the land versus who owns the structure that sits on top of that, and how does that work before I could be comfortable with saying yes or no in this standpoint.
And that's
just
one
don't
of the
know enough between that relationship between the structure and the property. Is it?
That's what we're going to try to figure out. Gary.
Yeah, so I think to cut to the chase here, Heather, help me, correct me if I'm wrong. We previously, the council, by council action, had set aside the Klingel property for affordable housing, which we had defined at that time of 80% below AMI. And what's being requested now is that we raise that income threshold to 80 to 120% of AMI to make it possible that workforce housing, whatever comes out of the Blue Ribbon Commission, could perhaps be eligible to build on that, this piece of property, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So I had at one of our recent housing workshops with Heather and Nicole, I had asked for a complete inventory of all the city-owned property that the city owns that could be potentially be used for affordable housing, workforce housing, step housing, whatever we want to call it. I would still like to see that inventory because maybe the Klingel property isn't the best one. I don't know. Maybe there's other potential targets. I don't know. And so I'm a little uncomfortable agreeing to this without seeing that inventory. And I'm just a little bit uncomfortable approving this before the Blue Ribbon Commission is even formed. We know what the charge is. The timing, I'm a little concerned about. I'm not saying no, but I've got some.
I think it boils down to just the allowance from 80% a little higher. It doesn't mean anything's going to happen on it. And this is not a particularly attractive piece because of the utility extensions are somewhat ridiculous. So what Heather was thinking here, and staff is in front of the Blue Ribbon Commission, just another jigsaw puzzle piece on the table. It's probably not extremely developable. What we need to be looking at, and then I'll turn it back to council, is engaging with the county commissioners in a UGA swap conversation, Gary, because as we've heard from many of the developers who attended the workshops, the best land's already been built on. It's only the difficult pieces largely that are left, and that becomes self-defeating for us. Back, Britt.
I'm not comfortable with what Gary said, but also we haven't actually explored using it for the purpose it was originally set aside for. I mean, the 80% and below and affordable housing that the city, has control over in perpetuity was sort of the idea. That was the effort that we as a council were making at the time. And until we've actually explored that in earnest, I don't know. This feels like going off track with it for me.
Rick.
Yeah, I had the same question Doug had of, is it going to be that the owner, they own the house, but we own the land, or will we get, so I think that needs to be explored before we commit. And yeah, I understood why this wasn't where Nordic cottages were initially settled, because we want them to be close to services and assume folks don't have cars. This was not a great place for that. It doesn't necessarily mean, as Britt mentioned, the original purpose is gone. We just might have to explore it. So yeah, I think more information is needed before ready to commit.
Yeah, it's still a conversation point for the Blue Ribbon Commission regardless, right? Looking at things. There was no action per se. It was just starting to assemble pieces that can be put on the table. And that land bank on public property with a structure on top is an interesting conversation to have for workforce housing. Heather?
Thank you, Council. I understand some of the questions that have been raised. I understand this is somewhat in isolation, but it does piggyback on some of our earlier conversations that we've had. The Council has shown interest in the Housing Affordability Workshop Series that you were in support of workforce housing. You do not have the benefit of seeing our full land inventory. Staff did look at that inventory over a year ago. And part of why we're bringing this to you tonight is the Blue Ribbon Commission is about to form. And the conversations that we've had with the Land Trust and different, the Housing Resources Board is that without having land available, you're not potentially going to get housing. We've seen that with Nordic Cottages. So tonight we just wanted to see if you wanted to open the door on this. This is the most viable property that is currently within our ownership. With outside of a UGA swap, it is the best property that we currently have control over. And so the question is for you tonight, would you like to open this up for exploration? Who's going to own it? How it's going to be managed? All those decisions will still come before you. So how the Blue Ribbon Commission is formed and what their mission is, this property could be a leverage of that mission if council wants to support it. So I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more as to why we're here and how we got here. Thank you.
Doug Newell and then Britt.
I guess I'd like the Blue Ribbon Commission, Mayor, to start with a very wide aperture to look at all the parcels within our city limits and even to consider those things that are directly adjacent to us. Just a little worried that we may end up focusing what could we use this property with if this gets identified. I'm not saying that it can't be considered. It just felt when I was reading this that this was, hey, let's go look at this hard when there might be other pieces of property to achieve it. The second thing is what I mentioned earlier is the whole ownership. I think I've made myself very clear as I am very much in support of developing parcels where we can do manufactured housing and we can spin them off into a co-op and get out of them, or something to try to lower the price point. But we're not, I don't think we're there yet to be able to have that conversation. And so I guess I'd ask that you guys take a wide look at everything that's available and then come back to us as part of the conversation.
I already appreciate this conversation because it further gets us on the same page in front of the Blue Ribbon Commission, which is scheduled for May 19, 3 p.m. for its first meeting. People have not been named yet. Britt?
Yeah, I'm going to put this really bluntly. This council did not decide or approve on a Blue Ribbon Commission. We were told that it was going to be happening. So if you're feeling a little pushback, I think maybe it's because that was not something we all necessarily coalesced around as our priority. It's your priority and that's okay. And it's your prerogative. And I do look forward to hearing about what's found. But when we see these things and they come to us in isolation, it really feels like there's this one goal, but we didn't all agree on that goal. So
if tonight is looking for a direction, my direction would be not now. No. I would rather hold on to this property and think of it in terms of helping Kim provide a location for transitional housing than attempt to shoehorn it into something else that it might not be best for. So I would rather not commit to anything at this point. The commission can look at a lot of things. And if one of the decisions it makes is this would be a good site, then we can come back to the conversation.
Pam?
Yes, Rick touched on it. So what are some of the options that can be done with that property? Because I was thinking, can it be transitional housing or is it most ideal for the workforce housing? I guess I have a few questions because if there's opportunity for us to capitalize on it, I mean, we know that we need housing, so why can't we look at some of those options as well?
Heather,
Did you want me to answer that or did you want to?
please.
Okay. So there hasn't been a full analysis of all uses. We have had a developer look at the property in the last 2 years about a public-private partnership, just exploring what it would be like on the side. Could they do some type of housing? And they couldn't, with like a 35-foot height increase, they couldn't make it pencil even with market rate. So we have a slight understanding that it's going to be challenging to develop the property because of the utility extensions that would be necessary for the development of the property. And it's a very encumbered site. So there are going to be challenges to develop it. And in the past, the city has owned that property since about 2009, and there were discussions about selling that property and making that property available to something like the land bank. So because of some of the complexities around building it, there's a lot of options for this property.
I'm sorry, and I do apologize. I mean, clearly, been looking at options for a while, and the fact that the city has owned it since 2009 does give me some insight. So with the inventory that will be curated, it also would be great to know how long the city has had the property, because that tells me that this has been looked at, hammered out, and yeah, not necessarily. Okay. All right. But anyways, well, thank you.
Any other comment for Heather? Doug Tabor.
Yeah, just I think the whole council kind of feels the same way, that this was like, after we all care about affordable housing, we've done a ton of work on affordable housing and we really look forward to solutions, but this just kind of feels like something was kind of dropped. Whereas if the Blue Ribbon Commission came to us and said, here's what we've discovered, here's what we learned about these different things, here's different opportunities and options, as opposed to this kind of feels like just an ask to move forward with one thing where we don't know anything else about the other options that are on the table. And like something comparing this or to like all the other parcels or all the other options for housing and workforce housing would go here, and, you know, giving us more of a presentation, because we kind of got used to really good presentations. That's your guys' fault. But I'm excited about finding solutions for affordable housing, and I'm really interested to keep learning more. But
This discussion in and of itself is incredibly valuable.
Great.
Because there was no action being asked for. It was a consideration. The conversation itself is considerable value. Thank you, Heather. We're moving on. We are at 10E, impact fee update. Nicole.
Guys, we might need to vote to extend.
Motion to extend the meeting till 9:15.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Not hearing any, we're extended.
Great. I'll do my best to get it done by 9:15. Just kidding. Good evening, council and mayor. We're here tonight at the very end of the night to talk about understanding impact fees, another light topic that I'm sure will not have any questions or opinions. But it's not parking, so I'm good. This is also part of the comprehensive plan update. It is really the last step of the comprehensive plan update, is updating our impact fee framework and our ordinances, and then consideration of a new impact fee, which be a fire impact fee. And I appreciate the chief still being here. I've been working with him on this for a little while now. So my goal tonight is to summarize what impact fees are, existing programs, a few policy decisions, and next steps. The reason we're starting with the general overview is nobody on this council has gone through this process yet, other than Councilman Member Newell in his day job previously. But other than that, we wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page, because it's the first time we've brought this to this council. So what are impact fees? They are a one-time charge assessed by the local government against a new development. I didn't share. Apologies. No, I fully intended to share my screen.
So we had a memo in the advanced packet, Nicole, but we did not have a presentation. Is that
No, you did
correct?
not. Yep,
Okay. Is that what you're going to do now?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
absolutely. So it is, impact fees are one-time charges assessed by the local government against a new development project to help pay for new or expanded capital facilities. The core principles are that growth should pay for the infrastructure it requires rather than shifting that burden to existing residents. Fees must be proportionate to the impact of the development, tied to system-wide capital improvements, and based on adopted plans and technical analysis. There are codified legal requirements for impact fees in the RCW. State law requires impact fees to be based on adopted level of service standards, which I'll briefly go over, be supported by a technical rate study, fund only growth related capital facilities, be proportional to the development's impact, and be spent on projects identified in the capital facilities plan. As you all know, the capital facilities plan is chapter 13 of our comprehensive plan. And within the chapter 13, you'll have, this is an example, this is a table, CFP2, which is a summary of all the level of service standards. So in order to move forward with an impact fee, you have to start with having a level service, having it adopted in your comp plan. And a level of service is a measurable standard that defines the amount and quality of public facilities needed to serve given population or level of demand. And so for transportation, it's intersection health, delay, parks, it's population, acres per population, and then fire is based on emergency response time. So why impact fees matter? They're a primary tool to ensure that infrastructure keeps pace with planned growth. They help maintain adopted levels of service for parks, roads, and other facilities. And without impact fees, the cost burden shifts to existing taxpayers, infrastructure improvements may be delayed or underfunded, and service levels may decline over time. So what can we use impact fees for? And this is codified as well. The RCW and WAC authorize counties, cities, and towns planning under GMA, Growth Management Act, to impose impact fees for public streets and roads, which includes bicycle and pedestrian facilities, publicly owned parks, open space and recreational facilities, school facilities, and fire protection facilities. So what can they be used for? They may only be imposed for what's defined as system improvements, which are defined as public capital facilities in local government's capital facilities plan that provides service to the community at large. They are reasonably related to the new development and will benefit the new development. Impact fee revenues cannot be used to help pay for a specific capital project if it is not listed or referenced within the comprehensive plan's capital facilities element, which is our long-range project list. But again, that can be amended every year through the annual amendment cycle, so there's always an opportunity to add a project. So this is what we consider system improvements. The example on the left is Poulsbo Transportation Improvement Project. So those are the projects listed for transportation, and the CFP 21 is the Park Land Acquisition and Development Project. So impact fees can be used to pay for improvements that are listed on these two lists.
So just in clarity, let's go back one list. Just picking the first 3 or 4 that start with maintain. Maintain, no. Expand capacity, yes.
Yes, of course.
Well,
Yes.
just for my peers.
Yes.
We can't use it for maintenance of existing facilities. It's using for adding capacity.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll get to a little bit more when I talk about the details. But thank you for that clarification, because you are right. So what can't impact fees be used for? They may not, I'm getting to it immediately. They may not be used to correct existing deficiencies. So an example is park impact fees collected from new housing can be used to purchase new parkland or construct additional facilities needed to serve the increased population. However, these fees cannot be used to upgrade existing parks simply because of past underinvestment. And then another example, if a public works maintenance facility was designed and constructed to address both existing deficiencies and future needs, impact fees could be used to pay for up to 40%, based on the fact that it's 40% is for future needs. So how do we determine the rates? I won't spend too much time on this because we'll talk about it more next month. But we must adopt an impact fee schedule for each type of development based on a defined formula or calculation, and that is codified, that methodology, the direction for the methodology. You must consider the cost of new facilities required to grow, as well as the value of existing improvements, existing system improvements. You must account for public contribution to that project, for those project funds as well. And then you must reflect how infrastructure has been or will be financed to ensure that proportionality. You must have additional funding sources for capital projects, and you may not solely rely on impact fees to fund the improvements. The state law doesn't give a specific ratio, but it is clear that you cannot pay for projects 100% with impact fees. You have to put in some general funds or some other funding source in order to support these projects. They must be expended or encumbered within 10 years. Unless there is a finding of extraordinary or compelling reasons for why it needs to be extended beyond 10 years. In 2023, there was 2 legislative amendments that affected impact fees. The first one requires a proportionality for the size of new housing units, and that can be based on square footage, number of bedrooms, or trips generated. So we'll talk more about that in depth next month as well. And then there was also an amendment that required that ADUs may not exceed 50% for fees, impact fees. The methodology in general, you have an eligible project list that you evaluate future growth, and then what are the eligible impact fee cost. So you know, the existing deficiencies, you push off to the side, we have to use other funds to fund those projects. But this is the general methodology that you'll see in the rate studies for next month's workshop. So there's 4 types of impact fees you can collect. School impact fees must be used for school facilities. I'm not going to go into this because Poulsbo does not currently collect school impact fees, and North Kitsap School District has not made a request to collect impact fees because they do not have increased enrollment due to growth. In the future, if they wish to have school impact fees, they would go through the same process that the fire chief is going through with you in the next couple of months. So, transportation impact fees are currently on the books. They must be used for public streets, roads, and bicycle and pedestrian facilities. Examples include intersection improvements, road widening. They cannot be used to fund transportation studies or operating and maintenance costs. So we get back to that. You can't use it for maintenance. Examples of how development impacts transportation, just a few examples. So if you have a change of use, one example is when an existing building changes to a more intensive use, it may generate additional trips. And in that example, you pay the difference of the new trips that it would generate for that use. Same with the expansion of an existing use. If you add square footage, you pay for the expansion only. So you pay that difference. Bypass is an interesting piece of transportation impact fees as well. There's certain commercial uses that capture trips that are already on the road for other reasons. A coffee stand drive-through is a good example. A driver already traveling on the road pulls into the drive-through and then continues on their route. It's considered pass-by because their primary trip to where they were going would have occurred whether they went to the coffee shop or not. So there's certain elements of impact fees that those rates can change based on whether or not the trips are passed by. And our traffic engineers can explain that much better than I can. The methodology will go into a little more in depth next month. But in terms of understanding how we, it's a cost per trip is what it comes down to for transportation. The fee equals the cost per trip times the trips generated by that land use. And so based on the type of land use proposed, it will generate a certain number of trips based on the size of the structure as well. And then they pay that cost per trip. Fees are based on new trips, and then again, there's adjustments that could be made. Our transportation impact fees were adopted in 2011. There's been a few amendments over the years, nothing dramatic, but there's just been a few amendments. It is codified in the PMC under 3.86, so included in your packet for next month would be, well, not next month, but the month after, would be ordinance updates as well. Our current is approximately 564 per average daily trip, which would equal out to a little over 5,000 for every single family unit. And that's our current traffic impact fee rate. And this shows you where Poulsbo is on the scale. This is a 2025 study that was put together for traffic impact fees across the state. We're right below the average, which is the red line. So park impact fees, they must be used for publicly owned parks, open space, and rec facilities, again, that are addressed in the comprehensive plan. It's more of a cost per capita approach, tying fees to the demand new residents place on the park system. There is a level of service for parks as well, and the total cost of providing the parks includes land acquisition and park development and amenities. This is just an example of level of service for parks. It's based on acres per 1,000 residents. And I'm not going to go over this. I wasn't planning to anyways, but it's definitely too late for this. But this is what the math looks like. And Jeff will explain it to you next month in detail. He can't wait. Park impact fees has been on the books since 2011 as well, and with some minor updates, and it's currently.
Doug has a question.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Hit your mic.
Okay. Okay. The current rate is a little over 1,300 per residential unit.
I do have a question. Can you go back to the last slide?
Mm-hmm.
So on a couple of these, you've had updates 2016, 2017, 20. Does that mean that we've changed the fees in those years? I'm just trying to figure out how long it's been since we've updated some of these fees.
I will bring a few in your next memo. You get a little more detail on that history of the existing. Yeah, so there's been some minor tweaks in the transportation specifically, but the parks in particular has not changed since 2011. Yes. So, yeah. And trust me, we'll talk more about that next month.
Gary, conceptually, these things are supposed to be updated every time you update your 6-year plan. Because it's supposed to, as she said earlier, it has to have current projects on your capital improvement plan. And so if it was calculated in 2011, there's probably those projects are not current. The projects today are probably different.
Yeah, the fees don't have to be updated every time you update your 6-year, but you use your 6-year plan or your 20-year plan to identify the fees. But we're hoping to have a process in the future to scale those a little better moving forward. Yeah. The transportation impact fee has actually gone down. That's an example of going the other direction.
Did you still have your question or? Okay. Okay, I was just are you gonna bring next time, there's been a bunch of numbers of like, so many acres per, are we gonna have those numbers of where we currently stand next time?
Yes, that's what the rate study will do. Fire impact fees, stole this photo off of the chief's website. They must be used for fire protection facilities. Again, they have to be addressed in the comprehensive plan, and you adopted the fire district's capital facilities plan as Appendix B8 in the comprehensive plan. So it has been adopted with a level of service. They're based on a proportionate share, cost per service demand, tying fees to demand new development places on emergency services. The growth-related capital costs are identified in the fire district's capital facilities plan, and then the chief went through the process of identifying new growth and what that impact would be, and you'll get that in more detail at the next workshop. How they're calculated and applied, only growth-related capital projects are included, such as new stations, apparatus, facility expansions. They're distributed by occupancy type, so single family, multifamily, commercial. This is the one impact fee, well, transportation, and then this one where you'll see commercial impact fees for commercial uses. And then there's potential reductions for things like if you install fire sprinkler systems, then there's a reduction. Again, fire impact fees are currently not adopted, and it is up the purview of the city council. And so this is a process we're going through, and you will have the choice if you'd like to adopt fire impact fees.
Just a high level theoretical question. The fire district has expanded recently. There's the new station on South Viking, the new apparatus with the ladder on it, et cetera. But earlier it said you can't use it to undercut the cost of existing facilities. So where they've expanded already, which is increased level of service, then they can bank this money for up to 10 years until they do something new, or what? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, so it's something I'll have the chief walk you through when you have the rate study in front of you that shows you which projects are being identified in the rate study, which leads to the cost of the impact fee. Yeah.
So are apparatus and equipment the same thing? I mean,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, that's just the terminology.
All
that
right, thank you.
I stole. Yeah. So the summary of the impact fees we'll be looking at and the driver of those impact fees and the method for evaluating the cost. You'll have a number of policy considerations in front of you as well. You need to have, I mean, ideally impact fees are proportional and feasible. We've just gone through a process of understanding how fees impact housing affordability. So I know there's an interest in adjustments and credits. Those are all contained in ordinances and evaluated through this process if you'd like to look at that. A phasing, increasing impact fees in a phased process versus all at once. So those are policy decisions that council will have in front of them through this process. There are exemptions that can be applied. Some of the most common ones are, it's a 50% reduction for ADUs. Quite a few jurisdictions have gone to full exemptions for ADUs. We've seen quite a bit for senior housing specific to park impact fees. And then also childcare facilities has come on the forefront of trying to reduce fees for childcare facilities because they do actually produce quite a few trips, which is expensive. So it's an incentive type program. So those are considerations that you can, it's up to you as a council to make those policy decisions if you'd like to. There are requirements per the RCW and the WAC for what is required for impact fees. And this is in the green are the items that have already been adopted and are approved. And so you'll have updated rate studies for transportation and parks in your May 13th agenda packet. And you'll have a new rate study for fire in that agenda packet. And then there's also, because fire is a separate non-city department, there will be an interlocal agreement if you choose to adopt fire impact fees with the Poulsbo Fire District. May 13th.
Doug has a question.
Okay. I'm fine. This is literally my last slide. May 13th, it's your workshop only, and we'll take a very deep dive in trying to understand those rate studies. Chief Gilliard, the Parks Director, and the traffic engineer, Michael Bateman, will be here to present those sections because they are the experts, not me. I will just tee it up, provide the bumpers, but they will do the hard work. And then ideally, we could be June 3rd for ordinance adoption. Officially, impact fees should have been updated last year, but things happen. And so, but if we need a second workshop, we'll schedule that and then we'll bring the ordinance forward at a later date. But this is what we have tentatively planned.
Okay, so just kind of question / statement, Nicole.
Yes.
We've had a lot of people in here asking us for relief from fees. We have the latitude as the legislative body to assess the fees. My impression of prior is we can create a calculation that says it's 7,500. We can't go above it, but we could go 50% of it. We could go 0.
Yes.
The calculation supports the high level and you're going to give us those calculations next time?
Absolutely.
And then it'll be our discussion to say, where do we actually set them at?
Yeah, that's a policy decision by council to determine what that rate is. It has to be supported in some way, but there's, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So those are quite a few policy decisions, but it'll be laid out in the memo and your rate studies that you'll receive.
I'm noting it's already past 9:10. Any other questions for Nicole? All right. No, not for tonight. Nicole, thank you. That was a tough batting order. We are on to questions and concerns of the council future agenda items. And one we talked about at the top of the meeting, and the fire chief is here, is a consideration of change in our soft policy or not regarding the seasonal placement of speed bumps downtown. Is there anything else for future agenda that comes up tonight you'd like to see incorporated?
Yeah, and I'll try to keep this short. I think at some point, and it might, at some point be in the next 6 months, not in the next 2 weeks, have a broader discussion about affordability and what our role is and what's going on here in Western Washington. We've talked a lot about housing, but we have, our policy does affect other things in that standpoint. I think to speak from an economic development lead person, just having a conversation about that. Thanks.
Rick.
Yeah, so we talked about it in the ad hoc, in the working group finance. I had previously asked for a breakdown discussion, explanation of the transportation benefit district. I asked Rhiannon to pull it because I got tired of asking for it, but it became clear in our conversation on Monday. I want to put it back because 5 of 7 of us were not around when it was adopted and discussed. So before we are going to consider raising it, we really need to have it explained to us. And so we really understand what we're talking about. So I definitely want that back on the future agenda.
Excellent point. Debbie heard that, and that will be accomplished. Britt, you have something?
If you could all just indulge me after we adjourn the meeting and stay around the table for 20 seconds, I would appreciate it.
I think we should
call for public comment.
Yeah, so I think we should move again to extend to finish the agenda.
So I'm calling for public comment. That assumes there's even public in attendance. These look like veterans to me, each and every one of them tonight. But calling for public comment.
Finish the motion first. So Pam seconded.
To adjourn? Oh. So I think we're there. I think we can make it. Yeah. I called for public comment. There is no public comment. So it's a last mayor and council comment. Do I hear any mayor and council comment?
I have
Do I
one.
have a
That's part of
motion
it.
to?
No, I have. So I started a letter based on if our parking stuff approved tonight. I talked with Rob about it, send it to the 2 newspapers to help address misinformation and put it in our newsletter, similar to the column Michael put in last time. There is interest from at least 2 other council members to sign off on it. If we stay at that level, we don't need to do anything else. But if more people want to sign off on that letter, then we have to bring it before the council. So if there's more interest, just wave and I'll bring it to the council. Okay.
I'm a little cautious about that because that's going to become an agency statement. So I would appreciate if you'd get with Rob Gilder on that.
I already did. And he's
I didn't
basically,
hear
if
that.
more than 3 of us are going to sign it, we need to bring it to the council. So
Perfect.
more than 3, so I'll bring it.
Just so you're aware, Rick, their staff has been working on a news release about what occurred tonight. So that may suffice, or that may be the best basis of your article.
Well, I'll finish drafting it and then we'll see.
But any other comment?
move to
We
adjourn.
have a motion to adjourn, a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, nay.